All right, hello, hello, hello. How is everybody? How's Amanda? How's Citrus doing? How are you? And how is this Russian name that I'm not sure I can pronounce? How are you? How are you, everybody? No fishing today. Unlikely, unlikely, unlikely. But been working on a bunch of the T-TIS stuff, so that is going well. Again, congratulations to the winner of the Build Challenge, Juliet. If you've not voted for your community favorite, please do that on the Discord there so that we can get community favorites all voted for. If you guys would do me a favor, I'm also streaming on Twitch simultaneously with YouTube. I know Citrus is in there. If you guys would do me a favor and also hop in there, if you can, in order to get affiliate, I need 50 followers. I'm at 46, and I need to average 3 people in chat. So if I can get that, I can get affiliate on Twitch. That will help me out, so I appreciate that, and everybody who's been helping with that. So let's go ahead and we'll look at what I've been working on. I did not sleep very much last night and woke up early, and so I just got to work here. So the 18-speed chassis is, I would say, 98% complete. There's probably something I'm forgetting about, but for the most part, this is done. Some good improvements here. Engine transmission have been dropped down, some streamlining. We'll see what the cooling situation is. This runs sub 8 RPS. I used to have a 5x5 on there. It was way overkill. I now have the stock old school radiator, which could be upgraded to an electric 3x3 if necessary. I don't think it's going to be necessary. I'm pretty much running everything off of impellers now. I find that is much more efficient, and it's also nice and space efficient. So as you can see, we've got the cooling system in there. Put in the horns, city, and air horn. So one of the reasons I went through and redid all this, I've been wanting to redo this for some time, but have not because of it's kind of a pain. But went through and redid all this, mainly because like the panels were kind of difficult to work with, and what I wanted is a more modular panel system so that you could, if you wanted to add a panel, you can add a panel. If you don't have to. And so part of it is, like, here's the engine panel. This is much improved. Like, literally, the Mac Pinnacle was kind of the basis for most of my trucks, and that had the panel from literally my first land vehicle. And so that was a mess. This is from the Stormworks basic modular engine tutorial, which I'll change that up. But that's the modular engine tutorial, the most recent one. It has that panel now. It has the air brake system in it. It has the lighting panel. So the lighting panel has everything that is on some of the modern stuff that I have. So we have directionals, headlights, side directionals. And then I changed up. We have running and brake lights there. I don't have any reverse light on this because there's no space. Also work light. Did that not get merged? That needs to be merged. So that's streamlined. So the way T-TIS used to work is T-TIS used to take care of lights as well. That's changed now. So the new T-TIS, if we go in here, T-TIS pretty much just working the brakes. And so we have all the braking in here to try to simulate air brakes. So this does all the air brakes and everything else. It will also send out all the information out to the trailer. What is that about? 15, channel 15. I gotta check this here. I don't think I fixed that yet. Channel 15 is running trolley brake. Okay. Channel 15. And then, so I have tach speed over there, lighting, T-TIS Mark II, steering stability controller, the 18 speed. I redid the 18 speed. This has been, this is needed to be done for some time. It's much cleaner now. It's running better. Let me see if I can pull the, let me see if I can pull it, and you guys can see it. All right, so this is the 18 speed. I redid it. It's much better, more realistic. I did fix these, so those can get deleted. So this is how the 18 speed works. Essentially, there's gearboxes 1 through 3 are in your low box. Gearboxes 4 through 6 are in your high box. And then you have your final ratios, which are 7 and 8, which 7 and 8 run all the way down. And so that allows me. And then we have a reverser box on there. And so I was able to get the gear ratios pretty good. I have 15:1 as a. So these are the real ratios here, and then what I have. So the real ratios are 14:4. I got a 15:1. 1229, I got a 125. 856, I have an 833 repeating. 7372, 6056. 5 to a 5.16, a 4.3 to a 4.3, 36, 374, 28 to a 32, 24 to 27, 216, 229, 18, 195, 15, 162, 144, 138, 1 and a quarter, 117, 101, 101, 0.8 to a 0.86, and a 0.8 to 0.73. So got it pretty close. It's running really well. So that was something I want to redo. Clean that up a lot. You know, it was kind of overkill. Look at the panel itself. Kind of put it to my new standard of how I'm running them. So there's the 18. So it's a little bit cleaner, a little bit more reasonable now. Has some of the new stuff. So for example, when I put on the parking brake, it will automatically put us in neutral. It also, let's see, what else does it do? It also, the seat flows through this panel and then goes into the engine panel. That's kind of my new way of doing it. So that works out well. Fifth wheel on there as well. So backup alarm. What else do we have? That's about it. I put on new fuel tanks since yesterday. So we have some big fuel tanks. They're like 270 liters per side. So big old fuel tanks. So this is mostly done. Redid the panel. We now have, let's go through it real quick. So we have engine temp. We have oil pressure, transmission temperature, and then fuel in gallons. We have TAC and speedo. We have the new brake panel from T-Test Mark II. So trailer supply, tractor supply, Jake brake, air pressure for the tank, and then we have trolley brake is on the space bar. And then we have the lighting panel. So lighting panel is headlights, hazards, high beams, work light on the seat. We have steering, throttle brake, that's nothing. Up, down is shift, up, down. Trigger is trolley brake. 1 is left directional. 2 is right directional. 3 is marker light flash. So this is something that tractor trailer drivers do all the time. So say for example, a tractor trailer passes you on the left and they want to come back into the right lane. You know, you're not supposed to be passing. You're not supposed to be traveling in the passing lane. You pass in the passing lane, then you move back in the travel lane. So tractor trailer passes you in the left. They put in their right directional to tell you they want to go in front of you. As a tractor trailer driver, you will then flash the high beams. So you give it a quick flash. So it's on the actual, it's usually on the directional. You'll have a high beam flash. You flash your high beams. The trailer in front of you will acknowledge that they see that you've cleared them. So that's, you're clearing them to tell them that their trailer has passed your tractor. So your tractor trailer drivers, you see them all the time flashing lights at each other. That's what they mean. So when the trailer clears your tractor, either they'll put on the directional usually, and then you'll flash, double tap a high beam, and then they'll flash the marker lights at you to acknowledge that they see you and to thank you for clearing them. So that's usually what happens. So you'll see guys communicating with their marker lights. So there's marker light flash on there. There's high beam flash, city horn, and air horn. You don't want to be driving around town blaring your air horn. So you'll run your city horn, and then in emergency, you'll run your air horn. So that's all set up. We can go through the lights here. Let me just quick, I made a couple quick changes here. Let's save that. So worked on this trailer as well. This chassis also has the hydraulic system, so they can run dump bodies. We have light cord, and now we have actual air brakes that it pumps the air from the tractor into the trailer and stores it in the trailer just like it would IRL. So that's all in there. Resetting fifth wheel is on there. So they're all the panels. Again, you can move them, but they're here so that they're all in a compact place. So eventually I'll try to get this released. And then if I want to put in a different transmission, I can slot in the transmission, put in a different transmission panel. Bingo, then you can have multiple transmissions. So let's quickly save this one more time. And then we have the, so this is kind of the trailer that's going to be the standard that will eventually get converted into all the T-Test stuff. Why did I just do it that way? Go in here, and then let's load it in, and I'll show you all the lighting. So again, you know, T-Test, the reason why I don't use SibTat and I use T-Test is a little bit more simulator based. It has some more of the things like air brakes and everything else, and so it's more complex. And so generally, I think people who will use SibTat are looking for a less complex system. And then T-Test is a little bit more complex, a little bit more realistic from my experience as a tractor trailer driver. So let's plug in the light cord here. So we go to the storage of the light cord. You don't need to hook up air. Actually, I will drive. So hook up like that. I changed up the crank. So this is going to be my new crank. So the crank is, so the pneumatic pistons that I'm using for landing gear require electricity to operate. And so what I'm doing here is, let's make sure infinite electricity is off. So what this does is it has a generator. That generator makes the electricity for the pistons. If you want to lower the trailer, crank the crank, and that gives you the power to actually move them up. You stop it, and they'll go. You want to lower them. If it has enough stored electricity, it will lower, and then you're good. So you don't need to make that much electricity to have them go up. Gives you a little bit more realistic of a system there. Jump in the seat here. We have left directional, tractor and trailer. We have right directional, tractor and trailer. We have hazards. This is hazard flash. This is actually marker flash. Marker flash is, like I said, you know, if I put on my right directional, the tractor in front of me will flash his high beams to tell me that my trailer has cleared him. And then I will flash my trailer lights to thank him for letting me in. All right, and then so that's with my headlights off. Generally, tractor trailer is supposed to be running with their headlights on all the time. So you have these marker lights right here, and you have clearance lights up front, as you can see, all the yellows. And then if I tap the 3, it interrupts all the lights in the trailer. So you'll see this all the time. Put on the right directional, you get the high beam flash, and then you'll flash all your lights to thank them for letting you in, or for clearing you. And then on the front, we have the high beam flash. So that would be the high beam flash for the tractor to tell the, you know, that his trailer is cleared. So you go, that tells him his trailer is cleared, and then he can either come over or whatever he's going to do. So that's on there. And then if we have the, put the high beams permanent on, I can still flash them. Like so. And then we also have hazards on. We have the hazards will stay on here, and then again, I can still interrupt my lights with the interrupter. And then what else do we have here? Work light is this light in the back. To when you're backing up, you turn that on so you can see what you're backing into. So that's all set up. We have inevitably something's going to be broken here that I haven't finished, but we'll go ahead and we'll start it up and we'll find out what it is. But yeah, so we've got the tractors on, have the trailer supplied. Should be good to go here, unless I forgot to hook something up. Let's see, did I shift in a gear? Something's up. Okay, we're having an electrical problem. I'll have to fix that. So let me see if it's an electrical problem. Likely it is. Nope. Something's up with my shifter. That's interesting. All right, so I got to deal with that now. I'm not able to shift into gear, so that's interesting. All right, let's go back to the tractor and work on that. So again, nothing's ever finished here. Let's see what the electricity issue is here. So I bet, you know, I know what it is. Nope, wasn't that. Okay. All right, so we have our 2 batteries here. Let's check those. So here are our 2 batteries. Here's the hot bus. Here's the powered bus. And what the hell is I trying to do here? That light cord should be plugged. The other one should not. Let's see. We're having gear problems here, so let's see. Could not shift. So we have top starter to alternator over to the powered bus. And then this is going back to the center clutch to there, to there, to there, to there, to there, to there, to there. Down. This goes to, what the fuck is that? Okay, that is the high boxes clutch. That is the was that gearbox? Okay, that's one of the final drives. Why is that going across like that? That goes there, that goes there. Okay, and then that goes over to this clutch here. There's a lot of electricity to be going through this. All right, so these are all plugged in, so I'm not seeing an issue with that. So I could have screwed something up with the transmission. Let's go through the transmission and see what's up with that. That is also a potential. I was running this last night, and then I got off. So, all right, so we have the seat. Comes directly into the... I could run it off this. The seat goes there. Let's see, are we running... Let's run this... I don't know. Let's run that to there. That's the brake panel. Goes in the transmission, and then what's the transmission sending out? Transmission sending out to the engine panel right there. All right, let's see what the hell is going on here, why this is broken. All right, so 4 is up, down, 1, -1, that should all be good. Likely, it could be a broken brake panel thing. That's what it is. Yep. I changed some of the numbers, and that's what broke it, so... we need tractor is now 12, so that needs to change. So this was changed. So the way I have these panels going through is to save some space. That was the issue there. Update that, and that should fix that. Go ahead and we'll save this. That would be the problem. So it was on the wrong channel because I changed channels. So 18 speed, so... you know, we should have no problem hauling some heavy loads. Only has a 16-cylinder engine, which some of my trucks have had more, but with an 18-speed transmission, you don't really need that much engine because it's gonna have a lot of mechanical advantage. So, you know, we'll go down into first, and you'll see what the speed is. So in first gear, we're only at like 3.9 miles an hour. Second is around 5. Third, this is how it is IRL. You know, your first couple gears to get the load moving, especially with an 18, you're making very incremental changes. Now, in an 18, you could skip gears like that, because you skip past the splitter. You don't split if you need to. So you just double tap a gear if you want to skip the split. And there is 18. So that's 18th gear right there, as you can see. So we're governed up to about a little over 70 miles an hour, where you'd be IRL. So you don't want this thing going ridiculous speeds. I have a correction on the tack. The tack is faked. So I'll show you some of the settings. Like if you want it realistic, you can have it. If you want it like the real RPS, or you want simulated to be how it really would, the simulation number is still too small. I need to increase it. We should be up around 1600 RPM IRL for this speed. But as you can see, that's working well. Should have no problem towing anything. Engine temp is faked off regular temp. Oil pressure is faked off of RPM. Transmission temp is faked off of the engine temp. Fuel is correct in gallons for the 2 saddle tanks we have there. And it's about where you'd be. Like most of the tractors I've driven, they either have 275s or a 75 and a 50 gallon, so pretty normal there. Tack and speedo there, but works pretty well. And then, so a feature I added that's kind of new to TTIS and my transmissions is now if I hold the down arrow to downshift for 3 seconds, it will put me in neutral. So that way, if I quickly, let's say I stop in 18th gear, which I'm not supposed to. I'm supposed to supposed to walk down the gears, but let's say I stop in 18. I would then press and hold the down arrow, and it puts it in neutral so I can go start 1 again. So it makes it a little bit quicker to get started if you want. So then you walk through the gears again. And then let's say we stop and we want to go in reverse. So we're going to stop. We're going to put it in neutral. And then we can walk it down into reverse. Backup alarm comes on. That is reverse 1. So reverse 1 gives us a speed of about 4 miles an hour. Reverse 2 gives us a speed of about 5. Now you're in your high box, so these are going to be too fast. These are 13, and that's 16 miles an hour in reverse. The high speed reverses, very rarely get used. It is way too fast. Like we'd use them at the rail yard every once in a while to go shooting backwards. Like if we saw a trailer and we missed it on the first try, but generally you're not going to do that. And then again, we want to neutralize the shifter. Hold down the down arrow. And there we go. We're back into forward. So that just speeds it up a little bit instead of having to walk down all your gears like I stopped in reverse 4. And instead of clicking 5 times, I just held it down and then pressed once. So this should be really efficient for hauling loads here. And it's going to be really strong. It's got a 15-to-1 lowest gear ratio in forward and reverse. So that should work pretty well there. Not doing multiplayer right now, Minecraft, and we play with the members first, and then long-term Discord members. So if you've been around for a while, you get a chance to play with some of the multiplayers. But we're limited how many players we can have at a time. Oh, thank you, Daniel. Appreciate that. So it's pretty much, it walks through. I try not to make it too complicated. The way an 18 works IRL is you have both a splitter and a range selector. So the way the gearbox is set up is correct, where it has a low box and a high box. So in the 18-speed transmission, gears 1 through 10, I believe, are on the low box. And so the way you would shift an 18, I'll bring up a diagram for that. You could theoretically put this in reverse, but what's going to happen with this transmission here, let's go full speed and I'll show you what happens. So let's theoretically, the worst case scenario you could do is you could hold down the down arrow, put it in neutral, and then click it into reverse. You could do that. But as you see, the clutch is going to protect from stall, and we didn't stall. The clutch auto-protected from stalling. Now, IRL, you would never be able to get it in gear. So I don't put a protection system on there, but the likelihood to do that is slim. Part of it is, if you noticed, like here, let me jam it up into forward. So we're in forward. Let's get going. Watch what happens when I go to max speed to neutral. When I go to neutral, watch the speed dive. So see, it puts a big braking force on there, and, so we've already slowed down. And then if I put it in reverse, it's going to be able to handle it fine. It has enough torque. It's going to be able to handle it. Now, of course, IRL, so I don't want to make it too onerous on somebody. You can, pretty much a normal person, this is how you're supposed to stop. So you'd come in, like, the difference with a tractor IRL is you have to match the gears yourself. You don't have a synchro. And so you would have to walk them down. So if you want to act realistically, you would walk it down, and then you hit the brakes. You put it in neutral. You don't have to put it in neutral. You just walk it into reverse at that point. You're not going to get these meshed IRL unless you're pretty much stopped. You're not going to get into reverse if you're moving. It's just not going to do it. But I didn't put a protection there because I don't think it's necessary. Now, IRL, you can go reverse 1, and you can go, I think you can split 2. But you're going to have to stop to go into 3-4. So you'd have to stop, go into 3, and then start again, because you don't want to do a range selection change while moving. But I didn't bother putting that in there. I think it's too much. So it works pretty easily there. Yeah, we don't have synchros. So I rev match. For example, I don't use the clutch when I'm shifting gears on the highway. I don't use the, once I get out of, the only time I use the clutch is for starting and stopping in first. Or, not necessarily first, but starting and stopping. I only use it when I'm starting and stopping. That's the only time I use the clutch. The rest of it are all clutchless shifts. And so, like, for example, to upshift it's timing. So let's say I'm in 6th gear and I want to go in 7. I'm holding down the accelerator. I put my finger on the shift handle and I put a little back pressure. Where's 6? 6 is, yeah, 6 is on left front. So I put a little forward pressure on it. And then as soon as I take my foot off the accelerator, now the gears have they're no longer, what the hell is it called? I'm trying to think of the word. My brain's farting right now. They're unloaded. So you unload the gears. And so as soon as I take my foot off the accelerator, because I'm pushing on it with my thumb, it will pop out of gear into neutral. And then I will push it into 7. So it's 6, neutral, 7. Like, that's about how fast you do it. And then it would be 7, neutral, 8. 8, neutral, 9, 9, neutral, 10. All right, so that's how you shift up. When you're shifting down, I would go 10. So I'm at, and I would start to slow down. So, you know, hit the brakes. And as I get down to around 1100 RPM, I'm going to push on the shifter. And I'm going to take my foot off the accelerator. And it's going to unload it. And then I'm going to rev up to about 1400 and push it into 9. And then I'm going to put my foot back on the brake. I'm going to slow down to 11. I'm going to as I take my foot off the accelerator, I'm going to, you know, it's going to pop into neutral. I'm going to rev it up to 1400 again, and I'm going to stick it into 8. And so you need to rev match it. Now, I don't go into that, of course, in this. It's too much. You don't have the feel. For example, IRL, I can feel if the gear needs to go faster or slower. Like if I over rev the gear, I can feel that it's bumping the shifter handle too hard. And then I start to slow it down and it pops right in. So you don't get that tactile feel, so don't bother going into that. So for example, let's bring up an 18-speed shift handle. Let's see. 18-speed shift. Come on. All right, let's bring that up and I'll show you what the handle looks like here. All right, so here's an 18-speed shift handle. So this is your range selector, and this is your splitter. All right, and so what you do is you can split each gear. So you go in low, low, and that's your first gear. And then if you want, if you don't push this red button, you could, if you shift, you're skipping a gear, and you're going essentially 2 up. All right, you can do that. Or you can leave it in low, low, which is bottom. Let me see. I need an 18 diagram. 18-speed shift pattern. Let's get the shift pattern up. So here's an 18 shift pattern. So if I want to go low, low, I can do high and low and low. All right, so you would go down to, you know, left, back. And if I want to go walk through each gear, what I would do is I would hold it left, back, and then I would click that red button. So I click this range selector, and I leave it in the same position. So let's say my foot's on the accelerator. I'm in low, low. So it'll be low, low. Then what I do is I click the red button, and now I'm in low, high, but it does not shift until I take my foot off the accelerator. So I'd put it in, I'd click the red button forward, I'd take my foot off the accelerator. Now I'm in low, high. All right. And then what I would do is if I wanted to shift into 1 low, I would put I'd have my foot on the accelerator, right? I would click the red button back, and then I would shift into this position here, and now I'd be in 1 low. I want to go into 1 high. I press the red button forward. I take my foot off the accelerator. I'm now in 1 high. If I want to go into 2 high, let's say I want to skip the low gear on 2, I would keep the red button forward, and I would just shift it into 2. Now I'm in 2 high. If I wanted to shift from 1 high into 2 low, I would press the red button backwards and then shift into the 2 position. I'd be in 2 low. So you can skip gears like that if you don't need them. You know, so a lot of the low gears you're not going to need. So let's say you're going to do, let's say you don't have a trailer on. You could probably go 1 high. So you would go 1, red button forward, you'd shift into that gear. Now you're in 1 high. You pull it back, you're in 2 high. You go in third, you're in 3 high. You go into 4, you're in 4 high. All right. Now once you get into 4, you need to click the range selector. So the range selector is this black button right here. It's a little lever. You pull it up. And so it's down on low box. It's up on high box. So now I want to go from 4 high to 5 high. Leave the red button where it is. Click the black range selector up. When I shift it out of gear, it's going to click the box over to the other side. And then I go into 5. I'm in 5 high. Now let's say I want to go into 6 low. Click the red button back. Shift it back. 6 low. All right, let's say I want to skip the gear and stay, and I want to go into 7 low. Go right up into 7 low, and I skip 6 high. You know, and then I want to go from 7 low into 8 low. I would just pull it back into 8. So you can switch. You can decide if you want to go to, you know, if you want to do the splits or if you don't. But you do need to range select when you're going out of the range. You know, so if you notice, they have all these numbers on them. It goes low, 1, 2, 3, 4, range selector, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then when you're going in reverse, you would you know, you'd want to be, if you want the low ranges, you'd have the range selector, the black lever down. You'd put it in reverse, and then you can go reverse low, low, which is with the red button back. If you want to then switch to reverse, you know, not so low, you'd click it forward and take your foot off the accelerator, and now you're in, you know, it's essentially the low reverse regular. And then you should stop the tractor. You should go range selector. You'd pull it out of reverse and back into reverse, and then you'll be in essentially reverse 3. And then if you push the red button forward and take your foot off the accelerator, you'll be in reverse, the highest reverse, reverse 4. So that's how it goes. If you look here, this is the full diagram showing you. No, that's different ones. These are the different patterns. I thought it was showing you all of them. But here's like, this is what would be on the tractor here. You know, so you can see how it, like that's all the instructions. Generally, you learn how to do it. But here's your range selector. It clicks up, low is down, up is high, and then you know, you have your highs forward and your lows are backwards on the splitter. So that's how the 18 boxes work. So interesting, I hope, to some. But that's yeah, that's how you would run an 18. So like you can, so like I don't go through the range selection on this. Like I don't have a separate button. I just don't have enough buttons. Like theoretically, I could do left right as range selection, but I'm probably going to confuse more people than help them. And it would make it a lot more onerous to operate this. It would be cool. I could make a version like that. But like, let's say we start, like I could still skip gears as necessary. Like, you know, seeing I have no trailer, I can start in 5. So there's 5. So now 5 is not actually quote unquote 5. 5 would be, let's see, we have low, 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 that's 2. We have 1, high and low, that's 4. So we would be in 2 low right now. So we're in 2 low. All right. Now I theoretically could make it where left button is low range and right button is high range. You know, so you would click it into, you know, low, and then you'd go low range, high range. But it's just going to be confusing for people, and you don't have that tactile feel like IRL. So IRL's like, especially with an 18 box, like you can see the speed differences. So right now we should be in 2 low. Okay, so let's go down the road and we'll look at the speed. All right, so like if you're using whole gears, you can usually tell the difference. If you're using split gears, you might not be able to tell the difference. So here's 46. We're not in 2. Yeah, we're higher than 2. I didn't shift it all the way down. But you know, so like look at that. That's 57. That's 48. Let's stop, and I'll put it in neutral here. All right, so let's say we start in low, low. All right, so this is low, low. Now, the difference between this and going into low, we're going 3.8 miles an hour. So less than 1 mile an hour, about 1 mile an hour. So that's the difference between the split gears. So now if you were to double tap, so say I wanted to skip from, oh shit. Let's say I want to skip from low, low, and I wanted to go from low, low to 1 high. All right, so I just double tap it. So we're at 4, double tap, and now we're at 7. Double tap, I went the wrong way. 7. Double tap. Double tap. So that's as though I was not using the splitter. So I just double tap if you don't want to use the splitter. And then eventually, when you get way up high in the box, the reason why you have an 18-speed transmission is, let's say you're going up a hill with a heavy load, right? You want to try to maintain your speed. So if we're going 39 miles an hour and we're coming up to a heavy load, up to a big hill, and I know I have a heavy load, I can drop it down. That one is dropping down from, oh, what's that? Forward position. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. That would be 5 high right now. That's 5 low. All right, so now we're in 5 low, I think. Yeah, 5 low. The 18 box, I generally don't run an 18 box. I'd run a 10 speed. But now you're coming downhill, you would upshift because you don't need the extra power because the gravity is helping pull you down the hill. So you can easily skip. So like say I want to go all through just high splits. Double tap, double tap, double tap. That's range selector right there. We went into the low box, double tap, double tap, double tap, double tap. All right, so now we should be high low, and there is low low. So that's how you would run the box. Because you don't need all these gears. Like I would often start in second gear if I had no trailer on me, because I don't need first. If I was driving out of my parking space, I would use first because I don't want to come jolting out of the parking space. I want to come slowly out of the parking space, put it in first, and then bump through all the gears as I go through the parking area because I want to stay slow. If I'm on the road and I have no trailer, I might want to start in second because I want to get a faster start off the light, So I don't know why it's doing this. The brakes are being funky, man. I'm noticing all of my vehicles now. Watch when I hit the brakes. Watch the rollback. See how it does a rollback? It's been really bad lately. I don't know what it is. I pulled out the ABS blinker to try to see if that would fix it, and it did not. So I'm curious what the hell that's all about. But yeah, so that's working well. At 10 speed, you tend to use all your gears because you're not splitting them. But the whole point is the splitting really helps you with hills and stuff. And so generally an 18-speed transmission is good for if you're really doing heavy hauling, you're doing a lot of hills. Like if you're running around the mountains, an 18-speed's a godsend because like when I used to run to Connecticut all the time, there was a lot of hills on 84 and I would be going up the hill with a 53-foot trailer, and we didn't run super heavy trailers. We were running pretty light stuff. And I would, max speed up the hill would be 40 miles an hour sometimes. And the speed limit's 65, and I'm doing 45 because that's the fastest I can get up that hill. If I had an 18-speed transmission, I would be able to split each of those gears, and likely I would be able to go faster up that hill because instead of going from 10 to 9, I would be going from, essentially 18 to 17. It's really 16 to, 15. But it would be 18 to 17. So I'm splitting the gear, and so it stays in the same position, and it's a tiny gearing change. So it would give me a greater chance to maintain peak torque the entire time. So but that's the main thing that you do. All right, let's see. That's pretty good now. Let's double check the save on this. All right, so so these are kind of my models for finalizing TTIS. So I think TTIS is pretty well set up, and then the trailer, this trailer is going to be the model for the TTIS on that. And kind of the whole way I did TTIS is I'm trying to split up the different functions of it. So like the panels in here are much smaller now. So like I have the hydraulic PTO, I have the lighting, and I have TTIS Mark II for the trailer. And so, like, this is much smaller now. So this is the trailer version of it. I meant to see what the hell 15 was doing in here. I have to check that. All right, right here. So what I'm doing is the difference between the tractor and the trailer is you also have a trolley brake. Let me see if I can find a picture of a trolley brake. Let us see. Try to find an interior picture here of the cab of the Pinnacle. Sometimes Google does not know what the hell I'm trying to look for. That's annoying. All right, so this is an Anthem. That's the latest Mac. Let's see. See if I can find it on the Anthem. Trolley. Where you at, trolley? I have a trolley brake on it. Right here. That's the trolley brake right there. So right here's your trolley brake on the Anthem. Let me see if I find a Pinnacle. I have not driven the Anthem. All right, so here's a trolley brake. This looks like a Pinnacle here, maybe. Yep, Pinnacle. So that right there is the trolley brake, and so this just commands the trailer's brakes. You know, so I talked about that a little bit, why you would use that. So say, for example, you're going down a hill, right? The trailer is very, very heavy. The tractor might be 25,000 pounds. The trailer could be 80,000 pounds. And so you have a trailer that vastly outweighs you. And so let's say it's slippery. Let's say it's a little icy, a little snowy, rainy, whatever. The trailer might try to come around the tractor because the trailer is heavier and has more momentum. So as you're trying to slow down, the trailer might try to come around your left side. And what you do is if you pull the trolley brake, then just the trailer's brakes are actuating. So you pull in the trolley brake, and now the trailer's brakes will start to apply. The tractor's brakes will not apply. And so that is slowing down the trailer faster than the tractor, and that allows the tractor to straighten the trailer out. So generally what you'll do if you start getting into a situation where you're going to jackknife that, you'd pull some trolley and you'd hit the accelerator pedal. Now the tractor is trying to go forward as the trailer is trying to slow down. That will straighten you back out again. I showed you guys a couple times, like me jackknifing a trailer, and then you pull the trolley brake, it straightens you right out. And so that's why you do that. And then here's your supply for your trailer, supply for your tractor. The other thing you do is you do a pull test to make sure that you're connected to the trailer properly. So after you connect, what you'll do is you'll, generally when you first connect, the brakes are on the trailer, so you'll connect, and then you'll shift it into first. You'll go reverse, connect, put it in forward. You'll give it a little accelerator. It'll pull. You'll realize you're connected, and then you're good. And then generally when I leave the lot, what I'll do is, as I start to pull forward, I'll release the tractor and the trailer brakes, pull forward, tap the trolley brake, and then I'll get a little tug on the trailer, and I know I'm still connected. And then I'm content to go down the road without fear of the trailer falling off. And this is the M-Drive automatic transmission. Mac has a really good automatic transmission, but I'd much rather have a manual than an automatic anyway. But they're pretty much everything's going automatic now. It's gross. But here is an 18. It could be a 13. This could be a 13, but this will solve the puzzle here. But it could be a 13, but it's probably an 18. I don't know. I can't see. That's too small. There's the shift pattern right there. But this could either be an 18 or a 13. Let's look at 13 real quick. Let's see. So here's a 13. So you see a 13's a lot on, that's a beautiful big picture. Thanks for showing me that one, guy. Let's see, are you big size? What size are you there, guy? All right, here's a 15. This one's a 15 speed. I very rarely do you see a 15, but, so this shows you the shift pattern on that. So you have 1, 2, 3. Wow, that's weird. that would screw me up. It's 1, 2, 3. Unless this is wrong, that's weird, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you would hit your range selector, and you would go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's funked up. I don't like that at all. You see how it says do not change range while moving in reverse? Yeah, so a lot of them, it will break the transmission. You do that shit. That's weird. 15 is that's weird. The shift pattern's funky on a 15. All right, so here's a 13. So it's low, 1. So you have low, and then you go into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you have high, low on 5, high, low on 6, high, low on 7, high, low on 8. Then you go into reverse. You have high and low on that. So that's that. There is the is the, what do you call it, 13 speed. So you see those a lot on dump trucks. Usually dump trucks will have 13s on them. I don't think they put 18s on dump trucks much. Dump trucks tend not to go super fast, and they're not on the highway all that much. They are, but they're not on that much. You know, the tractors tend to go on the long highway journeys, not the dump trucks. So like a straight back Class B dump truck might have a 13. And I'm glad you're enjoying it there, Daniel. Yeah, ETS2 would be cool, or American truck. I don't have a steering wheel. I have a steering wheel. I don't have it set up. So I'd have to do that. And I'd have to do sequential. They have some cool peripherals where you can actually do proper shifting. But, you know, I'd probably just do it with buttons. Yeah, 13 speed would be nice. Yeah, the 15, that's weird, man. That would screw me up. Because, like, most of them here, I'll show you the 10 speed. 10 speed's usually what we had. Let's see. Usually it shows the picture if I just do search for the transmission. Yeah, here's a 10 speed. 10 speed's a piece of... why is the 10... This 10... it's showing a splitter on there because they don't do the new picture. But it's not... it does not have a splitter on it. You don't have... Actually, no, it's... Yeah, no, it's not showing. So this is a 10. So you just have the range selector. You don't have the splitter on there. And so you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 split. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 range selector. Back to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then you can go in reverse, either high or low. But you pick high or low before you go in reverse. So if I'm gonna back up like 200 feet, I might click it in. I might go from first into neutral. Click the range selector. You'll hear a clunk as the air pushes the bale over, and then you go into reverse high, and you have to give it some fuel to get going backwards. Because you'll lug it out if you don't, and then you'll start going. You'll go way too fast. It goes like 20 miles an hour. It's way too fast to be going backwards. You know, and then generally you just roll back in low, but that's a 10 speed. So it depends on what your operation is. Like if you're doing a lot of hills, you know, you're going to want a 13 or an 18. If you're doing like not a lot of that stuff, you really don't need it. So like the panel, so this is TTIS on the trailer. It's much more simplified. Channel 11 is the trailer parking brake. So that comes off the light cord, release the trailer parking brake. I code channel 15 to the service brakes. So, and that's because it has a trolley brake on there. Again, that allows me to brake my trailer separately. And then this is the bleed. So when you press on the brakes, you're going to lose some air. And so when I press on the brake pedal, it will bleed out some air out of the blowout valve. So the blowout valve will push out some air. That way, you know, you have to pump air every once in a while. And then all the lighting is done. So the lighting is also on a separate panel in this one. So this is the lighting panel. It's also smaller because you don't have headlights. You don't have some of that other stuff you don't need. The directionals work a little bit differently. So instead of putting that on one big panel, I think it's easier to split it up into smaller panels too. It makes it easier for people to put them away as well. So, but this has the new lights on it, markers there. I'm trying to see what I want to do with light cords. Let's do a quick test with the trailer. We'll pull the trailer around. I'll show you some things and then kind of move on from that. All right, there's this. So yeah, this set of builds is pretty well there, and this has all the features I want in it for TTIS Mark II. So that will come out. I'm not going to just update old TTIS because, you know, somebody would download it and then it won't work with half the shit. So it'll be a Mark II. So you come over, crank your landing gear. This is infinite electricity on, which is why the wheels went straight up. Eventually I'll find the right button. It's not like I don't know how to play this game. And so you crank. They will go up and down on their own. It's just given a number gate, but this is the best we've got for that. And then click that. As you can see, cranking will make them go faster. So crank up the gear. You want to hook your... you want to go from storage to there. So where it says storage, you want to grab storage, plug them in. Now the problem is these do not extend far enough. So, you know, I like them to extend further. I used to hang them IRL, they're on these long springs, and that allows them to kind of move as you're turning. We might get into a jackknife problem. I'll play with it a little bit and see. I'll come up with some solution. Because I didn't like the solution before. It was too cumbersome. And now I have an airline, so I have even more. Ah, shit. The trailer brakes are not working. All right, good. Good to know. Trailer brakes are not working. So let's see what is on. Likely the park brake. Park brake is true. Okay. I have it backwards, I think, on the trailer is what I did. Let me just double check that. I bet you that's what I did here. Let's just go like this real quick to fix what I just funked up. Actually, it'll fix itself. All right, so this is likely what I did on here. I clicked on the wrong panel. So if that is not on trailer brakes, okay, that's not right then. If 11 is not on, so what do you have? It's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, it should be 11. Channel 11, trailer brakes. That's not on. The trailer brakes should be on. Okay. See why those are not signaling. So it could be this. Nope, it's not that. Interesting. Let's see what the hell's going on here. Check it together and see what's up. All right, let's see. We're sending the light cord off of TTIS. Brake panel is going to TTIS. All right, right here is 15. Okay, and then that should be sending through. All right, so I didn't add the brake number that I need to put on there, so I do need to put that on there. Okay, because that is not going to be on here, so that works. Okay, I see what I need to do. All right, there we go. Brake panel, that can go up one. Come on there, Johnny. Get up there, son. All right, and I'll fix it on the other panel, too. I'm just... a lot of testing doing this. All right. Could be channel 11. God damn it. Can I get the right channel in the first try? That would be really helpful to not screw this up again. All right, now we'll go like that. All right, so that will tag an 11. It had to come off the brake panel. I was trying to get them connected all through one. I just can't do it. So this is going to be read 11 off that. So it will code it in on itself, essentially like that. It will read out 11, and then that will go in there. So that will code it onto there, and then this should then read 11. 11 off the light cord, and that will do trailer park brakes. Let's test that, make sure that worked correctly. I was trying to get the seat to do it all, but I can't. This one thing that devs could add that would be nice is a composite input on the seat. Then we could flow through the seat, because I use the seat and I flow through a panel a lot, but I can't then plug through the seat. So like if I wanted to talk from the seat to this panel, and then this panel to this panel, and then this panel to the microcontroller, I can do it. But I then lose this gauge. So if I could talk from the seat to this panel to this panel to the microcontroller, and then have the microcontroller feed back through the seat, then I could have this, you know, put these gauges on there. So that would be a nice addition. All right, that's nice. That, you know, I spend way too much time in my life cranking those landing gears, so it's kind of nice to just does it quick. All right, so now the brakes are off, so that fixes that. That was a fledgling hope that I had that I'd be able to do that. So see now, I can't turn because of the hoses. So the other thought is to put them in the center. Some of the trailers do have them in the center. But likely what they usually do is they have a hanger, and that has some flex on it. We can't set the height of those, so I'm going to have to put on a flex on there. So there's a couple ways they do it IRL. I'm going to try to figure which one will work in game. Just want to make sure we're not hitting anything on the trailer. We shouldn't be. I've already measured this out. You know, so like if we were, let's go get going fast, and I'll try to, I probably won't be able to jackknife it, but like we get going fast here. I might be running, let me see what we're doing in the clutch. Hopefully I'm not, I'm down too low of it, or I shifted gears too fast, I think. I'm gonna have to up the power of the engine. I was trying to limit the speed with the RPS. I think I'm gonna have to let the RPS rev out. I'm gonna have to put a reduction on the total gearbox. Because, like, it was 70 without a trailer, and then I'm losing too much power because I have a really low rev on there. And so what I was doing was I was essentially reducing the RPS limit so that it would not overspeed me. But the problem then becomes that when I pull in a trailer, I don't have as much power. So I'll probably have to put a final reduction in there. That way, essentially it drops all the ratios even lower, but the box is where they should be, and then I drop all the ratios even lower, so that it prevents that, and so we'll drop lower gears. But like, see, I'm gonna have this problem where I turn right. We're gonna see those hoses are all tight, so I'm gonna have to come up with a solution for that. So let's fix the tractor. Do the same thing we just did here. Yeah, so I'll show you how they do it IRL, and I had a system on the Pinnacle that worked pretty well, but it's a little bit of a pain in the ass, and I'm probably going to have to go back to a pain in the ass system. Let's see. Trying to see if I can find the cables here. Trying to find the cables. They're going to show you guys how they hang them in real life. Let's see. All right, so here's a pic right here. Is good. All right, because you have to have a really pretty long set of air lines and cables, and so, you know, you see how long they are. There's a loop. It plugs in down here. Then there's a loop, and it comes up through these springs. And the springs are on a track up here. And so you need these bellies and loops because when you completely jackknife the trailer, you need a lot of air line to get around and not rip your light cord out and pop your airlines off. Airlines usually pop off. They break every once in a while, but they usually just pop off. The light cord will snap. And then you have to get a new light cord. So you usually have two springs like this, and then you can have a big belly in there. Kind of have to do that with a winch, which I was trying to fucking avoid, but I'm gonna have to probably do it. I might be able to come up with a cool solution, but again, the blocks are too big. Like, you see how tiny these are? That's just a carabiner, some springs, and you can have two sets of springs there. So I'll see if I can come up with something interesting to do it. Because I need some spring tension on it. I could try a suspension. The suspension's not going to really work. It's just going to fall out. But it's kind of annoying. I could do the winch setup again. I was trying not to have to do it, but I think I'm going to have to do it. Like the hydraulics for the dump body, you can just unplug. Like, you only need to plug those in when you're ready to dump. So I'm not going to worry about those. So let's see. So like there's another model they have, which I don't know how the hell I'd make it work, because I can't do spring tension on stuff. Can't do spring tension, unfortunately. Like, so they have another thing. It's essentially looks like this. It would be like having a suspension here, and so they have this, and it's a spring, and so it has a spring in the base, and then your lines would come out of here. So they plug from the tractor into other ones here, and then what happens is as the truck jackknifes, this will spring over and give you more slack. So you know, the other system that I had, which the problem is now I've added airlines too, so it's even more cumbersome, because this is as small as you can get it. So you go like this, and you would go like this. All right. And now, of course, because we can't plug into the back of these, right, you now have to go like this. And you have to go like this. And then, oh, well, I need a way to connect this. So in order to connect it, I now have to have a rope anchor. And so this now becomes what it looks like. So this is like how big this thing would be, and this would have to hang. And so this would hang behind the tractor, and it gets super huge. And you've got this big block of shit hanging behind the tractor, you know, to make it work. And it's got a ton of hoses hanging from it. So it would look like this hanging off the back of the tractor. So that's excessive. That's real excessive. Like, what I could do is try to put in, let's see. I might be able to do something reasonably compact. All right, so here are the power ones. Let's see. Let me see. You know, and then you need storage too. So it's a big pain in the ass. It really is, because I would need like 8 of these to get it all set up. So like before, let's save this, and I'll show you what I did before. But the problem is I've also added 1 brake line. There should be 2 brake lines. I've added 1. And so like this is how I did it before. You can see it hangs off of this bracket. And so you have to have a rope anchor. You have to have light cord in, light cord out. Now, in order to do this with the hoses, I would then have to have 2 hose connections on there too. So it just gets ultra. Now, I could try to hang it off a light cord. I could try that. Did I just not type in fucking hose and it did not give it to me? I probably didn't click on it right, but so like this would be what it would have to be like if I do it full size. You can see it's huge. So I've got an idea. I might be able to hang it off a light cord and hang it off of the hose. So I could try that. I think that's what I'll try. Because they hang off the top here. That's where your springs would be, and then they go up through a loop. So they actually, your light cord follows this path. It goes from here up to here, through here, and then you plug it in here just to park it. It's just for storage. And then when you want to plug it into the tractor, you unhook it from here and you hook it into the trailer. And now when the trailer's sitting normally, because you don't want your lines, you know, if they hit your tires, they'll get destroyed. If they rub on your fifth wheel, they'll get grease. They'll get all greased up. If they hit the deck plate, they'll get broken. So you have to have them hanging off the deck plate. So this is your deck plate where you'd step on. And so the lines, when they're attached to the trailer, they're supposed to be hanging above the deck plate. And so now when you make a turn, so as you're going forward, they need to not touch the deck plate or the fenders or anything. So they have to have a belly in them like this and then attach the trailer. Then when you turn, right, that belly gets taken up pretty quickly. If you didn't have this part, it would break the light cord as you turn. So as you turn, now this will pull in the springs. And so that's what the rope is for. So it's kind of a pain in the ass, but I'll come up with something here. We'll figure this out. That's kind of the last thing that I need. And then the hydraulics, again, we're just going to plug those in when we're dumping the trailer. I'm not going to worry about having those constantly attached. So the storage should probably go lower. And the storage should definitely go lower. So let's grab this. Shit. This could be feeds. Feeds, storage. Okay, storage will stay there. Then I gotta feed up to the top. That's gonna suck. That is gonna suck something fierce. So let's do this. I've got 2 spots right here. Which one is my break? Right here. Okay, this is break. So let's actually swap these out. That's break right there. So let's swap these, actually. And these will be the feeds. Okay. Now we'll go like that. The problem is this is gonna... The cab's gonna stick beyond that. So, shit. Shit and a shit. That's gonna suck. Damn it. Because, we're going to have a wall here at least, and then a sleeper. People can move them back on the sleeper themselves. But you need this stuff connected to be able to run the system. So, let's see if I can go forward again. So, let's leave them where they were. Alright, let's leave them where they were there. So, that's where they have to be. So that way I can get a wall up here. So, this is simulating the wall, the back wall of the tractor here. And then if you were going to put a sleeper cab on, you got to push that further back. But that's why I set up all these heights so that you can easily grab this stuff from here across and slide them back if you need to. All right, so that will be feeds, and then we'll go storage right there is fine, and then I need hangers. So let's grab the feeds. We will copy those, and we'll go up. I could hang them high. I'm trying to think. If I hang them high, this will work best, but God, that's a lot of piping. It's a ton of piping to do this. You can actually hang them off their own cords. I think that's probably best, actually. Pain in the ass, it really is. Pain in the ass, because we don't, like, the ropes are overly stretchy and everything else is under stretchy. So that's kind of sucky. That is kind of sucky. It really is. Come on. Grab the right shit, you dingus. There we go. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll move these up high like that. So these will go up high like this, and then I have to plumb in the air brake line. That actually physically has to be plumbed in, which is not ideal. But it is what it is, I guess, at this point. So it'll look fine when the tractor's all put together, but I'm trying to, like... I also don't want to make this ultra complicated for people. So they're like, what the hell is that? They're like, well, I have this. I got rid of that. It's like, yeah, you're not supposed to get rid of that. You're supposed to use that. I love that when somebody's like, oh, I got rid of that. It's like, dude, you need that. It's like, what are you doing? Leave it alone. It was built by a professional here. Leave it alone. It's built the way it's supposed to be. Freaking people cutting shit off my builds. Like somebody was like, oh, I hooked your transmission and your Mac Pinnacle directly up to the clutch. Why would you do that? Now it doesn't work like it's supposed to work. It's like, what are you doing? Leave it alone. Works fine. Works the way it's supposed to work. Works the way it works IRL. Leave it alone. All right, so let's go out there, I'd say. Yeah, let's go out there. And then we'll go cable. So this will go... So this is probably going to be the best one. Instead of having a hanger, I'll just do it off the air hoses. And then, why am I not getting a connection for you? Because I didn't hook up connections. I was doing red lines. I was doing this. Okay, did that first. All right, that's good. That's not good. That doesn't need to be connected. I meant to do hoses. All right, so this now will come off of there, go to here. Then this will go to here. Because you go from supply through, and then you go to the hangers, then you go to storage. So it goes like that. I would really love to have a rope to hold it centralized, but this is going to be the brick we need to make it work. So like it's going to hang off the brick there to give us some slack. Like that. All right. So I think this will work best. This was kind of the nightmare when I added the brake lines. I'm like, shit, how am I going to hang brake lines? And I think this is going to be the least, not putting a rope in. The benefit of the rope is the rope stretches. Like, I know people bitch about the rope stretching, but there is some benefit of having a springy component in your build. It helps things not break. It will spring around. So like this, let's test this out, make sure there's enough slack. All right, so that has some slack in it, and then you would grab from, where the fuck is storage? I can't see the storage. Okay, storage light cord, grab that and plug that there. And then we would grab storage break air. We plug that in like that. That now hangs like that, which is kind of ugly, but it's the best I'm going to be able to do. Now, see all the slack? So ideally, IRL, you would not want that touching there, but that should hopefully be enough slack to get us where we're going here. All right, so we're going to test some turns here, make sure we get them going here. How's it going there, Tanib? How are you? Why build another truck if you built one previously to make it better? Building another truck because completely redoing the T-TIS system, completely redoing the lighting system, completely redid the transmission, so I'm improving all this stuff. I've talked, yeah, I know you weren't here, but I've mentioned it a number of times why I did it. The old system had a bunch of issues with it. There were a bunch of things that were not helpful. For example, the lighting being integrated into T-TIS was not helpful. So doing a completely new system here. The 18-speed had some issues. I added some new features, so all that worked. The panels were convoluted, so if I wanted to build a new tractor, it was an absolute bitch to... Okay, we're hitting there. I gotta slide the fifth wheel on the... What am I hitting? I'm trying to see the exact block I'm hitting. I need to know what I'm hitting. Oh, the microcontroller. Perfect. All right, microcontroller is fine. If I'm hitting that, those are going to move. But there were a number of reasons why I rebuilt it. I redid the lighting. I wanted to make T-TIS simpler. I added air brakes to all my systems, so it's all upgraded. You know, and each system got upgraded, so it was worth a rebuild. You know, and then with this chassis now, so the main thing is, like, your question, why just not upgrade the other trucks, is this chassis will eventually go in the workshop, so if somebody wants to build a truck, it has all the systems integrated for all my trailers. So if they want to have a Peterbilt with a big square-ass nose on it, they can have that. If they want to have an Aero, an Aero Cascadia, they can have an Aero Cascadia. If they want to have a, they want to do a cab over. So some of the benefits of this too is the deck of where you sit right here is lower. The transmission's lower, the engine is lower. And so that makes it so that it's easier to do a cab over. You can take this whole seating area and put it over the engine, and now you have a cab over. So a bunch of upgrades. So this is hitting those top two microcontrollers. That's perfectly fine. They're not going to be sitting there. So the hanger looks good. You can see, so the hanger could actually go up a couple blocks, maybe even 2 blocks, because that preserves its length. So what we'll do is I could probably go up 2 blocks on the hanger. So let's cut that. We'll go up. Let's go up 1 block. I don't want to make it too short. Let's go up 1 block. Let's test the length on that, because I've got a little bit extra, probably more length than I actually need, which is always a blessing. But that's a little bit. Let's move it in 1 closer. So that should be enough. So that little bit of slack is going to be the difference between this running like it should and not. So again, oh shit, I grabbed the wrong. How did I grab the wrong fucking hose? I grabbed the top. What did I grab? I grabbed the hydraulic hose. Somehow I was able to reach all the way over there and grab the hydraulic hose. Let's see. Are you not hooked? I can't tell which one I have hooked here. What is this? This is storage send. So we want storage. Yeah, this is storage send. So we go to hydraulic send, and that tells us. That's why I labeled everything as. They're going to be a bitch. Like, if you plug the hydraulics in backwards, not going to work. So you got to make sure they're plugged in correctly. Like, that has the dangle that I need. So that will dangle, because you want to be able to go full jackknife and have this not restrict the trailer. So that's about appropriate there. Again, I hated how big this stuff is in game, but again, I can't do anything about that. So instead of bitching about it all day, I'll just work with what I have. You know, and then I need this long air line to be able to actually pump air into the trailer. So that is what it is. I could put you see, the feed hose is silly too. I don't need a feed hose in that. Trying to think if I want to go hose on that. I don't know. Yeah, I'd have to plumb it. I'd have to plumb it anyway, so I'll leave it the way it is. If I want to shrink it down later, I can, but that's kind of set up. So yeah, there's a bunch of upgrades on this. Other upgrades, like the lighting was a big upgrade. The air brakes, like I was doing set panels, now Titus does essentially just the brakes. So it changed kind of the paradigm shift on that, because that's the main thing with Titus, is doing all trolley brake, Jake brake. So Jake brake's on here too. So we've got that. So that was the reason I did it. And everything runs much better now. For example, the other thing, Tanib, was the we now have actual like simulated hydraulics for the trailers. So for example, if I want to dump this trailer, what I want to do is I have a hydraulic return here. So I want to go to the return storage, plug it. I want to go to the send storage, plug it into send. And now we have actual hydraulics for the trailer. So what we'll do is, in order to dump this trailer, start up my tractor. I will rev up the tractor. All right, so the tractor is revving now. So if we look at the hydraulic system, I have a tank here. It's not going. It's pushing pressure through the trailer, and as you can see, we're cycling through the trailer. If I close the valve, all right, that's going to cause pressure to build up in this tank, which simulates the hydraulic cylinder getting pressure, which raises it and dumps the trailer. All right, then you want to lower the trailer. You literally open the valve, and it goes down. So instead of coating every truck to be able to operate the trailer, you have a hydraulic pump like you would, and now it operates. So this is still pumping hydraulic oil, but it's able to cycle. So the oil comes out of here, through there, and it loops. So it does not build up any pressure until I close the valve. Now it's sending hydraulic oil through here, and it enters into the piston, and it can't come back. So all the oil is now in here. And so when we close this, now the benefit of this system too is when I disconnect the lines, we might lose a little oil. What are we on? Return. So now we might lose a little oil, but if we look in here, we have about 8 liters in there. And we lost a little bit to the piping, but that's not a big deal. We have 8 liters there. And so now I can hook up to another trailer, which is what we're going to be doing in the multiplayer series a bunch. And now when I want to hook up to the next trailer, again, I still have hydraulic fluid in my power unit. I have hydraulic fluid in my trailer. And I would go send, return, and then again, we're ready. And you never steal any oil from one or the other, so it works out. It would work in real life. You know, you're donating the oil, but you're also getting oil back. And then, so, you know, let's say we're doing the mining operation. All right, so now I've just dumped my trailer. I'm going to put these back. You don't want to drive with your hydraulic lines attached. You don't want to be spilling hydraulic fluid all over the highway. All right, and now we'll go drive. And so let's say we just went to the metal ore foundry. We dumped all of our, you know, our metal ore. What the fuck is going on now? What the hell's going on now? I didn't plug in. That's why. I just did hydraulics and never plugged in. Okay, there we go. Now we're plugged in. All right. Now we're plugged in. All right, so now we're, you know, so I didn't put the landing gear up. You suck. There we go. Dude, lifting landing gear in the winter sucks. The grease freezes, and it's like takes all your strength to crank it. Reason 9 million why my back sucks. But now I can't do a full jackknife because the microcontroller is sitting there. But I can do. You can see this should reach fine. We have plenty of slack in the lines now to be able to do all my turns. And so now we would pull out. So let's talk about like the mining operation. So here, okay, I'm back at the mine. I just delivered to the metal ore foundry. Okay, set our brakes. Bingo, brake. So that's another addition to the new system. You set the parking brake. It goes into neutral. Put the gear down. So there's a thing in tractor trailers. It's legs, line, pin. You do the legs. Then you do your lines. You'll probably hear me if you're playing multiplayer with me. Like when somebody screws up, be like legs, lines, pin. Legs, lines. Then you do the pin. That's how you make sure you don't drop the trailer on its knees and you don't break a light cord. All right, so you do legs, line, pin. All right, and so this is how the mining operation is going to go. All right, so he just brought the miner a new, fresh, empty. All right, so we go in here. I have to fix the T-test system on this. So let's do that while we're at it. It's kind of why I got deep into this, was so that we'd have all the equipment for mining. All right, let's grab T-test. There's something I have to fix here. Duct. Where the fuck is T-test? Up here. I'm going to probably rip this out and put the new one in. Yeah, I have to rip this out and put the new one in. Let's see if I can edit it. Shit, I should just rip it out and put the new one in. Let's just do that. It doesn't take that long to hook up, and it's going to take longer to fix it. So let's go ahead and grab T-test Mark II. Yeah, that's why I kind of finally got to the point where this is my example. This has everything it needs. T-test Mark II tractor. Copy that. Let's load in. This is going to need hangers on it too. All right, and then I might have to renumber a bunch of shit too. That's kind of gross. Let's see where we're at here. Yeah, it's not the end of the world. 11, 12. Again, that's the point of coming up with a standardized system, is it just, at the end of the day, it works a hell of a lot better. Coming up with a standardized system. All right, so that's good. Let's check how I have these plugged in here. So that needs to come off of T-test. So let's see. T-test is going to go to the brake panel. Yep. Okay, T-test back to the brake panel. So this goes to both the brake panel, and it also goes out to the light cord. So in this case, the light cord is there, and then it also goes to the light cord in the rear in case we're pulling a small trailer or a dolly. This is light panel. This connects to the seat. See, I tried to label them up because, again, trying to release this at some point. So it goes light panel, connect to seat, light panel. So I have a new light panel on my seat. That's kind of ugly too. I gotta fuck with that. It's essentially this. Let's see what this is. This is headlights. Yeah, it's the same as this. It's just the numbers are actually perfect. This is fine. Okay, that works. I did not fuck up the numbers. So that goes there. This then goes to light panel, seat right there. And then this goes to the brake panel like that. And then we go brake tank pressure to run the blowout valve. This is air brake pump. Again, I'm doing electric air brakes. I'd love to do belt-driven ones, but it's going to be a nightmare for all these different vehicles to try to get the plumbing correct for the air brakes pump. It's better just to run it electric. It's going to be a hell of a lot easier. Some of these units do not put parking brakes in the front tires. Most tractors, I don't think, actually use the front brakes parking brake. This was the example for a little while, so that's why this one is pretty close, but not quite there. All right, good. So that is all T-test plugged in now and fixed. It actually wasn't that hard. I remember last night when I was working on this, I was like trying to think of like not dicking this one up too much. Where the hell is the T-test panel? You find it, and then it's hard to see these things sometimes. All right, right here, T-test right there. All right. So we need to come over to the right. Trying to just cut out the T-test panel. That should be it right there. Perfect. All right, so that should now work. I need to put a hanger in here. This actually is more conducive to having a hanger on it. Let's see. Mana. Let's see. I'm trying to think of the best way to do this one. This one's a little bit of a bigger pain in the ass. Because I have to worry about plumbing. Like, the airline actually needs to get plumbed. I might do this. It's for all of them. Let's see. This goes right there to this airline here. That is air supply right there. So I'm thinking about how I want to do this. I might do it like this. Might change it up. Let's see which light cord's actually plugged in. This one here. So this is the plugged in light cord. That's storage. You know, like a light cord, it plugs in from the tractor up through your loops and then into storage. So let's go like this. This one has this headache rack here. So that makes it a lot easier to plug it into the headache rack. So I think what I might do is this. Let's put this up here. I might do this on the tractor as well. So that is now the light cord there. All right, and then what we'll do is let's go pinky block, pinky block, pinky block. All right, and then we'll go back to this color, and we want to go light cord, light cord. And then we want to go, how do you get that color out of there? Give me this other color, you scum. Fuck off. Right there, and then we got to go like this. Okay. And then these need to be plumbed like so. And then this is going to go to here. And then this is going to go up to there. And then we need to do storage. So this is going to go storage. That should... So this might be a simpler way to do it. Let's see how it hangs and how I like it. Check the angle if it's to angle. I gotta get rid of the pinky bullshit. That was on there just to push it out. I gotta cut this again. All right, there we go. So now we've got a good hanger on this. So the you'd have a tractor would bring the trailer up. So this is like one of the benefits of this new system. I do like the old tilt table. That's fine and cool and dandy. But it does have problems. Shit. Okay. I know some of the other things I need to fix on this now. Channels are different. So, for example, where's my engine micro? Right here. So, where are we at here? Let's start with the transmission and fix that first. Transmission right here. Transmission. All right, so right here, it is going to be brake panel. Instead of 2, it's 12. Luckily, they're just 10 off, so it's easy for me to remember. That should fix that, I believe, because that was making it, again, that's... If I put the brake on, I have it automatically put me in neutral now, so... There we go, I could hear the gear shift. So now the miner comes up, and they're all going to have the same systems, and so it just makes it so much better. And you know, and again, it's using the pressure update to actually make cool features where now we have actual simulated hydraulic system that will actually, like it would in real life, make a trailer go up and down. We have air brakes that work like actual air brakes would work based on air pressure, you know. So that shit's super cool to me. I think that's a huge benefit to the pressure updates. Like I was talking yesterday, like when people like, you know, they don't see any benefit to the pressure update, they wish it was rolled back. It's like, I'm the opposite, man. I wish that the pressure update would get expanded. You know, I love it. You know, it really adds a ton of benefit for me, and I understand that some people, you know, don't like that shit, but it's like, that's kind of, you know, it's fitting with the game. That's what the game's about, is doing this. I guarantee you people are going to grab the wrong shit. When you're playing multiplayer, I will make sure these are labeled. make sure you grab the storage nodes or else you're going to be unplugging the wrong shit. So that's like that now. Because I don't have to plumb the airline all the way up. That might help me out. So that's now on there. Let's go click. Landing gear. Okay, so say we, so now we can drive this around. Let's check out the lighting here on the trailer. So we should be able to hit the brake lights. Brake lights, come on, yay, standardized system. 1, yay, 2, yay, 3. 3 needs to change. 3 is flasher, not hazard. So that will change. That's working correctly. That's the only one that's different now is I do the marker interrupt on 3. So I'll do that on this eventually. All right, and then we're ready to go. So go tractor trailer. As long as I numbered that right, we should be gold. And so the hanger here, as you can see, it can stretch now, so we can jackknife. So that's all I need is just the ability to completely jackknife this bitch. So like that is a full jackknife right there. So because of that hanger block, you can do a full jackknife. You know, before you couldn't. So now we can do that. So now that's able to do a full jackknife. And this is why you'd want to do that. Is like if you're trying to maneuver, let's get backwards here. Like let's say I need to maneuver into an alley dock. I can. You don't want to hit it like I'm hitting it now. I'm trying to come off it. But see how like we have a gap now? You would come in like this. You can back into a dock like this. You need to be able to do that to get things positioned correctly. So we can do a full jackknife now, no problem. So that's why I need to put in that dangly system there. You know, it's just the blocks are too big. So now, anyways, we'd fill up. We'd mine. The spout will go out over the end. We'll drill and mine. Yeah. Mine. Again, I'm still waiting for that, them to fix the supercharging. The drills are going to act anemic as hell until that happens. But you get all your spouts. Now you're ready. Okay, so it's time. My trailer's full. Hopefully the tractor's brought you a new empty. You go ahead. You do legs, line, pin. Legs. All right, lines. So this goes from light cord to storage. So you got to find storage. So right there, I'm going to label them so it'll say storage. Where the fuck is the light cord storage? I can't see it with this in the way. I'm going to probably move this over one so that it hangs to the side a little bit. Oh my god, jump, you dickhead. They don't want to jump. So there's storage. And then you grab this one. So guys who play multiplayer, make sure you're grabbing it and hooking it to the storage. So it'll say storage right on it. That says air supply. That says we'll say storage. So click it on storage. So legs, line, pin, and then you can pull forward. All right. And then hopefully the truck's already dropped you a new empty. You go and you just hook up to your new empty. And then the power unit, for the most part, is not going to have to hook up hydraulic lines to do any sort of tipping, because generally the trucks are going to tip. But we might have some applications where we do want the miners to actually tip some of the ore, because, for example, we might do some runners where where you just dump your trailer and then you run with a different vehicle. Get in reverse here. And so you'd back into the trailer, and let's say we're going to be doing aluminum. Aluminum, we're running straight to the metal ore foundry. We're not going to be putting that on the train. Iron, we're going to put on the train. We're going to put the actual trailers on the train. So we go ahead, we'd raise up there, and you do it backwards. So you hook it in. You do, pins done, then the legs, and then you're going to go, make sure you grab storage and hook it to the light cord, storage, light cord, and then you're off. And so now we would take this and we would go to the metal ore foundry. So this is going to be the order of operations when we do aluminum. Aluminum's literally right over there. The miner is going to fill up a trailer. The truck is then going to run it off to the metal ore foundry because we're close enough. And then it's going to go. All right, we're going to come up to the metal ore foundry. Let's say it's right where that tan color is. All right, we come in. Brakes. All right, go in reverse. Brakes, 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 brakes. All right, tractor trailer supplier off. We're going to go ahead and hook up our hydraulic. We could rev first. Let's rev first. Right, rev up your engine because you need to make enough hydraulic pressure. This is what you do IRL. You need to rev up to get the PTO to pump enough hydraulic. So you want to go storage return to return. You want to go storage send to send. You want to shut your valve. And there goes the dump. And so you're going to dump your load at the metal ore foundry. All right, load is dumped. Go like this. You're going to want to pull them. So return is storage return, send return, jump in your cab, and you're off. So that is, and you can use the, I just use the Alt key to rev up my engine and hold it. So I just hold up the W key, and now we're revved up to do the hydraulic pumping. That's how you do it IRL. They'll have throttles on some of these dump trucks, and you turn up the throttle on that, and we'll hold the throttle, and you stay in neutral, and that will pump the hydraulic oil. And you'll usually press a button to activate the PTO. What's going on here? Trying to see what's happening, why I'm not turning here. Am I hitting something? We're very close on, okay, you know what it could be? It could be, I added a second tank. We might be hitting that second tank. That could be in the way. I might have to slide that back a block. Yeah, see, I can't get turning right, and I'd say maybe that tank's what I'm hitting. So I got to check a couple things, make sure I'm not hitting anything there. It's likely I'm hitting something there. Let's try to back up and see. Yeah, see, I'm hitting something. So it's got to be that tank. See, there's a tank right there. It is a bigger collision than it leads on. All right, so that's good to know as well. So that's going to be how we do the mining. So, like, all this stuff is all set up for that. Yeah, I would like them to add pressure input for the piston. This is what I'd like to see them do is I think they need to go, you know, again, we talk about, like, there's the real world and then there's a game. And certain elements of the real world, while great, are not conducive to a game. And so, like, this is how I would do hydraulics and pneumatics. Literally, the devs just need the same thing. We already have pressure mechanics. You know, they do work different IRL, but again, we can fake them in game. We don't need them 100% perfect. So what they should do is take the pneumatic piston, which again, remember what last week was called, the update. It was upcoming fixes, reworks, and Discord gamification. So upcoming fixes and reworks, they are planning on reworking some things. They're planning on fixing things. We don't know what yet, but they are. So, like, this is how it would work IRL. Let's fuck off that. All right. This is how it would work IRL. I showed this yesterday in diagrams. So you would have to have a hose anchor or a pipe, and it would go here. I can't even place it there. Let's see. Try to put it where it would go. So you would essentially, this is how you do it IRL. You would have a port here for the front of the piston, unless you're doing gravity drops. And then you would have, you do a direct pipe in on the bottom. And so the way the fluid connection, if you don't know what this is all about, that's so that you could pump it out the top of the piston. So what I think they should do is they should put in a hydraulic / pneumatic piston that does not have a fluid throughput. Like, keep this one. Plenty of people use it for stuff. You know, don't get rid of it. You don't need to get rid of that function. But add another piston. And instead of having this hydraulic throughput, instead of having this liquid throughput, you have hydraulic in-out. I think they should do in and out. This is the way it would be IRL. You'd have in for the bottom of the cylinder, and you would have in and out for the top of the cylinder. So if you want the cylinder to go back and in, you would push liquid in this side, it would push it back, or air, pneumatics, it would push it back. And then if you want to push it out, you put oil in this side, it would fill up here, push it out, and then the oil would return to the sump. That's going to be too cumbersome, because you think about every one of your hydraulic, every one of these pneumatic pistons here, I keep saying hydraulic, but the pneumatic, you'd have to have a, I'm just going to put another pipe in here, and then we can... So, like, say this is now a pipe for the front. Like, this is how big it would have to be, essentially. I could go 1 block closer, but this is essentially what you'd be running to have any of this work. It would be a little bit tighter, but then you'd have to have valves and you'd have to have sump returns. So you'd essentially be going like this on everything. This would turn into an absolute disaster area, and it would make hydraulics just undoable because they would be too big. And so you'd essentially have to run dual valves on everything. And like the valves, like see how big the valves are? They're already way oversized. So the devs would have to do this a different way. I'm going to make a video on this. I've been thinking about it, how it should be. These valves are one-way. We'd need two-way valves, which are selectable. So like the devs would have to add 200 parts to make this work realistically. Like I showed you guys hydraulic diagrams. Tana missed that. Showed a bunch of hydraulic diagrams, how they really work. And so like you'd need this for everything because you'd need to be able to send oil from the pump to the front to push the cylinder in. And then that would mean you'd have to open up this valve to return oil to the sump. And then if you wanted to push the hydraulic piston the other way, you would need to close this valve, open this valve, send oil in this way. And then you would need to close this valve, open this valve to send oil back to the sump. So the system would get too big. So what I would recommend the devs do is put single port and let us do it forward backwards. And so what I would do is something like an impeller that would now be called the fluid impeller. You know, fuck, I don't care. But essentially what we need is an omnidirectional valved impeller. The problems we have with the impeller now is they leak, so they're not valved. So they don't have check valves. And so like all those valves that I put on there are necessary check valves with our current system. To do it this way, if you put a check valve in the impeller, now I don't think they should just change the impeller. They should put an additional impeller. So the regular impeller we already have has no check valve. They did that on purpose, and the reason was this. People used to build, so this is how they used to build their superchargers for their cars. Okay, you build your supercharger. What's that? In. So you would build your supercharger like this, right? So there's your in, and then you'd have your air manifold, and it would go like this, okay? Now, there was a problem with this before. These didn't leak, and so the problem was the air, when you went to start your engine, right, the engine is not turning the impeller, and because the engine is not turning the impeller, the air could come to the filter. It couldn't come through the impeller. It couldn't get your engine would never start. Well, if your engine never starts, it never turns the impeller, and so you're stuck. And so what we used to have to do is we'd have to do this. We'd have to put a bypass valve in here. Actually, I want to leave that where it is. So we'd have to put a bypass valve in. And so we had to bypass all of our impellers for starting purposes. And so what you would do is you would essentially, that long enough it is, barely. So what you'd have to do is, come on, prick. I'm going to probably have to go out 1, 2. Like, they got big, too. This was why the devs changed this, so that they leak. I believe they used to not leak. And this is why they made them leak. Like, some people are like, why did they make them leak? They shouldn't make them leak. There's a reason why they made them leak. They needed to make them leak because, like, people used to have to set up a system like this where you would have to have a bypass valve for starting only. So when you started your engine, you need to have a bypass valve. And so, again, these are one-way, so you'd have to make sure that it was the right way. And then you'd have to come in and tee off this, like so. And now this is fine IRL when you have tiny little components. But, you know, this is a half a meter long. And so you used to have to do this because in order to start, you needed to be able to open your bypass valve and have air come through your filter, through your bypass valve, into your air manifold. Once it was started and the impeller was turning, right, you would then be able to have air come through the impeller. The valve was closed. It would pressurize the air. And so they went to leaky valves so that you don't have to do that. So that when your engine's not turning the impeller, it just comes through not supercharged. As soon as the impeller starts turning, now it's supercharged. So that was for simplicity's sake. So I don't think they should get rid of it, but they should add a valve. They should add an impeller that instead of having in-out has AB, and then it should have check valves. So if this is at 0, so if the RPS on this pump is on 0, this impeller is at 0, nothing goes through. Both check valves are closed. If you move this to the right and you get a positive RPS, it means fluid comes in the A side and it goes out the B side. If you move this the opposite direction and it has a negative value, it comes in this way and out this way. So a reversible hydraulic pump is what I think they should make. And so what this would do is you feed this a positive number, it pushes the, if I can ever find the paintbrush, it pushes the hydraulic fluid from the sump, which is a tank. That's all the sump is a tank. It would go like this. And so the hydraulic fluid would come from the tank. And again, they could put oil in. I would actually like to see them make it so we could spawn oil. That would be a good concession, but they don't have to. We can use diesel. We could use slurry. We could use water. It doesn't matter. All that matters, there's my alarm to wake up. Like I use diesel in my simulated hydraulic system. It works fine. Is it nice to have another one called oil? Yeah. Is it extra work that we need them to do at the cost of other things they could be doing? No. So if you turn this right with a positive motion, it would suck the in this case diesel in here, and it would push it through here, and this would cause the piston to go out. If we turn this right, a negative value, it would suck that oil back through, and it would push it back to the sump. Now, what they should do for the hydraulic piston is, people have been asking this for a long time. We should have adjustable pistons. This is the time for them to do it. You would want to click on your piston, and you would have you would get rid of these, right? Speed is now dependent on the motor, right? You don't need speed on there anymore, right? Because speed is dependent on the motor. The faster the motor turns, the higher the pressure, the faster this goes in and out, right? You don't need the speed. You also don't need max power, right? The higher the pressure, the closer to 60 atmospheres I get, the stronger it is. The lower the pressure, the less strength it has. So you don't need that anymore. Gear ratio, you don't need that shit anymore. So what the dev should add is piston position. So you can start at -1, which is all the way in. You can go to 0, which is the half position, or you can go to full out, and it will stick out. If you start at full out, it means it is full of liquid. All right, or air. It could be either way. It's full of fluid. Let's use fluid as our thing, because we don't need a separate pneumatic system. We don't need a separate hydraulic system. Yes, would it be cool? Yes. Do most people, is it worth the effort? No. So if it is full, if the piston is fully extended, then it would be full of fluid. All right. If we then drag it to fully empty, it is now empty of fluid. And the way the system works is if it is empty of fluid, it means the piston is all the way back. If it is full of fluid, it means the piston is all the way forward. Very simple. So we slide how much fluid we want in the piston to start with. Now, I would love to see them add oil because that would be easy. Then it always needs to run on oil. And so you go like this, bingo, full of oil. It's 100% extended. Gorgeous. The other thing the devs should do, give us multiple sizes. All right, we should have one that is this size. All right, that's about the smallest useful size, right? This will go in 1 block, all right, and it will go out 1 block. So you can actuate 1 block. This is a reasonable size. That's our small size. This is your next size, all right. It's a nice, 1 by 1. It has this length on there. Maybe give us one with a longer piston sleeve that is still 1 by 1 in nature, so that the piston sleeve, let's say it goes all the way to the end here, and then because of that, the rod is double length. So that would give us a total extension of essentially this. We would have this be the piston sleeve, and this would be the rod. Full rod extension like that. So we get that. So that would be size 2. And then I think they should go, so it would be 1, 2, 3, and then size 4 would be a 3 by 3 big old banger that you could put on some huge shit. And so you'd have your old 3 by 3 here, and it would be absolutely frickin' enormous, and it would be super duper strong, and you put in a lot of high pressure oil in there, and let's say it's like that, and then the piston is equal length. What are we talking there? 16. We'd make it even, make it 15. 15, and then you'd go 15 beyond that. Bingo. And that would be our 4 sizes of piston. So you have small, next, 1, 2, 3, and then your big one would be a 3x3 there. That would be, I think, the best way to do it. And, this system here, it would work the same. They all work the same. If like the basics of hydraulics are pretty similar. Let me see if there's an old hydraulic. Let me see if I can find it. It's a hydraulic elephant diagram. Oh, beautiful, of course. It still comes up. This is like the way they classically used to explain hydraulics all the time. And it's, this one's with a, oh, fuck me, it's going to be a tiny little picture. Come on, get a big picture. You got to visit the website to do it. It's not the end of the world. Yeah, it wants me to create an account. You can stick it right up your ass there, guy. I'll show you guys in a second. I'm just trying to get the picture up before I switch it over. All right, so here's the old classic hydraulic example is you have a dude here, and he only weighs what a dude weighs, and he has a small diameter piston. He stands on the piston. It pushes out the oil, and in order to push the elephant up, you need a larger diameter here. And so this dude here can push a little bit his weight, and then because you increase the diameter of the piston, it's basic pressure, right? It's pounds. I'll use pounds per square inch. Dirty American, but pounds per square inch. Essentially, really simply, right? We'll do it with square pistons. That is the easiest way to do it. All right, so like if we do square pistons, right? So talk about your square pistons. Bingo, bango, bongo. Let's get the shit going here. Let's do 5. Okay, so you have the dude, right? He's standing on a square piston here, and then you have the elephant standing on a square piston there. And let's say that this one here is 10 times the size, right? So if this one here is putting out, let's do 60. This one here is 10 psi. All right, that's 10 pounds per square inch. We have, let's say this is 1 square inch. That's 10 psi. Let's say this is 10 times, right? So that would be each of those is 10 psi per, right? So it'd be 10 times 10, right? And so that's going to increase your psi on this side. So because of that, 10 times 10. No, maybe let's see. Yeah, let's say it fills 10. Let's say it's 10 times. So we'll do, this would be 100 psi on this side. So, of course, so you have a guy stand on this platform. It's pushing out 10 psi, but it's transferring out because it's a larger platform, 100 psi. And so you're able to lift something much heavier. So you don't need a super, super strong pump, to do that. So you'll often see large diameter hydraulics. By increasing the diameter of the hydraulics, you can increase the power, the pressure. Oh my God, the power of it, and you don't have to be at super high PSIs. But what you do need is, if we go back to the elephant diagram, you need an absolute shitload of oil. The more, the increased diameter is going to require a ton of oil. And so that's why, like that 3x3 piston, you don't actually need a very big, powerful pump to run that piston. But what you do need is you need a shitload of oil. And so, like, say that the small piston holds 1 liter, and then the next piston is 3 times the size, it holds 3 liters. The next one is now at 9 liters, and the big bitch holds, like, I don't know, 200 liters. So you need a sump tank of 200 liters in order to fill the piston. So you're going to need to have a sump of 200 liters, pump that 200 liters into the piston to get it to extend. So that would be how I would do it. I am building an elephant. Yes, exactly. All right, let me catch up. I read one comment from Tanib, and then I got off on this track, which was a fun track, but I'm going to see what get back. Yeah, but that would be what I would like to see for them to do with pistons, because that would be perfect. Omnidirectional, check-valved impellers. They literally, like, this is one of the things where some people don't understand, like, how challenging it must be for a 4-person dev team to do this stuff. Like, you know, right here, if they could take this impeller and duplicate it and change the name, and all it's called now is the hydraulic pump. That's it. All they had to do was change the name, hydraulic pump, right? They take this small impeller and they take the big impeller and they now call it hydraulic pump. And it works the exact same. It still moves fluid the exact same. The difference now is it will turn. Now, what I think they should do is make it 100% reversible. And that's the other thing they should do. So instead of them having to go, like, they don't have an art team. Like some people will be like, oh, their art team or their art director. They don't have a friggin' art team. They have 4 people. That's it. You know, there's no team here. There's 4 people. And so, like, if we actually want some of these things in game, we need to be reasonable in our expectations. And so by helping the devs out, like, that's why I want to make a video on it, is by saying, don't give us a new block, but don't design a new block. Take the same old impeller, all right? Because the devs probably, I would say the devs know less about hydraulics than I do, which is fine, but they know a hell of a lot more about game development than I do. And so I would just simply add this as a hydraulic pump and call it a hydraulic pump, all right? You could call it a hydro pneumatic pump is what I would call it. That way you can pump air, you can pump fluids. All right, let's say it correctly. You can pump gases or you can pump liquids. So a hydro pneumatic pump can pump fluids. All right, so it's a fluid pump, right? And so now you have a hydro pneumatic fluid pump. And so it will, 0 lets nothing through. A little bit positive lets it go in one direction. A little bit negative lets it go in the other direction. Bingo. We can power all this shit. Now, there are cooler things we can do with this, right? So now, let's make these reversible as well. All right? So this is what I really want to see. All right? So on this side, we have our hydro pneumatic pump. All right? And then I'm going to take another hydro pneumatic pump. And I'm going to go... Oh, fuck you, mother. I hate it when I do that. All right. So now we have another hydro pneumatic pump like this. And I can connect this with hoses if I wanted. So now let's say I want to run a drill, right? I could connect it with hoses. I could take a hose clamp. Let's use the drill example first. All right. Let's say I take a hose clamp like that. I'm going to move this bitch again. All right. And I'm going to hook this up to a drill. So that's going to go like this, right? And so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take a hose. I gotta block this so that it works. So this is what's known as a hydrostatic system. This is how they do some of these things IRL, right? If you have an excavator, you don't put a shaft down the end of the arm of the excavator and then hook it to your drill. You do it hydraulically. You do it hydrostatically. And so what you do is this. You go like that with your hydro pneumatic pump like that. And because they are fully reversible and you can run them backwards with RPS, we now have turbos in the game, which people have been asking for 100 years. So that's another beautiful feature they can add. So this is one way you could do it. So let's go ahead and we'll add our hoses. All right, and then on the end of this, we add our drill. All right, so we've got our drill. And so our drill hooks on the end of that, like so. And now, if we look at the way this would run, you spawn it, okay. And so now we have a way to easily and realistically move and power things. So now the drill is on the end of a long arm on our excavator. We turn this electric motor, or if you want to hook it up to a diesel motor, which is what I would probably do, hook it up to a diesel motor. We turn it one direction. The oil comes out here. It goes into here, all right? And now this would also make it so the turbos work. So if we push pressurized liquid through the other side, it will actually turn the RPS connection, and we would need this anyways because we need resistance on the hydraulic pumps, on the hydraulic drive systems. So we would need resistance, and that resistance is essentially just if the liquid's trying to move the opposite direction, it's going to try to move it the opposite direction, which is going to slow down your engine. Perfect. It already works the way it should. So the oil's pumped through here. It creates an RPS, right? So the oil, we'll trace the path of the oil. And then we'll talk about the RPS. Try to stick with one thing at a time. Land on it. So the oil comes through. It goes through here. It turns this hydro pneumatic pump. It then comes back through. and it goes through. It cycles, right? And as it cycles, it's turning this. That then turns the RPS node, which turns the drill. Hey, I want my drill to go backwards. What do? Turn the motor backwards. It pumps it through here. It spins this backwards and goes that way. Why do we want it? God damn it, I snoozed my alarm instead of killing it. Why do we want it to go reversible? Very simple. Because sometimes we're going to want to build a bobcat. We want to throw a wheel on there. And so here comes a wheel. And so now we have a fully reversible system here. So same deal. You know, this is literally how a bobcat works. The diesel motor pumps hydraulic oil, and then you have valves, and you control it left or right. And it's very simple, right? We want to pump. We want to go backwards. We make the impeller motor. We make this electric motor go backwards. The wheel goes backwards. We want to make it go forward. We make this go forward. The wheel goes forward. And then if I want the wheel to go faster than I can go, let's say I can go maximum 19 RPS like I can on the electric motor, right? The electric motor only goes 19 RPS, period, right? So what do? We go like this. Take a gear, box, fucking camera. Go like this. We face the flow of travel. All right, so now we have a 3-to-1. So now it's about a 60-to-1. So for every one rotation of this motor, we're going to get 60 rotations of our wheel, approximately. Is it? No, yeah, it's about that. It'd be 57 rotations, but this is 19 and change. But yeah, so we get about 60 turns of the wheel. 60 turns of the wheel. What's the circumference of this wheel? Well, we can figure out the speed right now. It's that 0.75. Let's see, diameter to circumference. See, diameter, let's go in meters. 0.75 meters. So the circumference is 2.35 meters, right? So you do, bring up the calculator here so you can actually see it. So it's 2.35 meter circumference on that wheel times 60. That would go 141 meters per second. All right. So 141 meters per second. So I think that's more than enough power in a very compact area. Now, likely you're going to need an insane motor to be able to do 141 meters per second, but, you know, you could. And so now you want to figure out what speed I want to go, okay? So let's say I want to take my bobcat and I want to go, oh, I know, 15 meters per second max, okay? Divided by 2.3, what is it, 5? All right, so I need 6.38 RPS in order to go a maximum speed of 15 meters per second, 30 miles an hour. And so in order to set this up, if I was going to make a bobcat, and I know the max speed I want is that, I know that I set my maximum so that it will only go to, so what is 6.83, and then what, I have a 3-to-1 in there? So divided by 3. So I need, so the maximum on my motor is 2.12 with this gear ratio. So my max RPS would be 2.12. My minimum RPS would be 2.12. And I could easily set my speed by doing that. So I know where my clamps go. So real simple. You know, so that would be how I would particularly do it. Because like this opens up so many cool avenues. So many cool avenues, right? You want to make a generator. Okay, real simple. Right, we take, we don't need to delete all that shit, that stays. Right, here's a hydrostatic generator. Hydrostatic generator, real quick and easy. Bingo. Fuck, it's gonna be too wide. I'm gonna switch generators. Bingo, hydrostatic generator, done. You know, this could be used on diesel electric systems like this, right? You run diesel off of the power unit, send it through hydraulically, bingo, now you have that. You know, what I just did with the with that dump trailer that I had to fake and simulate, right? Dump trailer is real simple. We just do it with the piston now. You know, I have it on the tractor, right? So we actually don't need it like this. So let's say, so like if we want to put it on, do the dump trailer like I just did, right? We would go like this. Actually, we probably, do we need a cycle? We would need a, trying to think if we need a cycle pump, how we're doing that. theoretically, we could pull it back through here. So we actually would need to do a full cycle. We don't need full cycles. I like a full cycle, but I think a lot of people get confused by it. They'd have no clue what the hell they're doing. Small builds, like you want to build a Bobcat, would take too much system. So theoretically, you could run the system like this. Would be the easiest. One of the reasons I'm talking about this stuff so much, guys, is that I want to make this video for the devs, so hopefully they can see that this is possible. But like, so this would be the way that they probably suggest the devs do it. It'd probably be the easiest because, again, they have to make it so that people can understand it too, and that's just simplicity. And so like here, this would be how the system would work. Essentially, is we have a tank of oil. It would pump through here. When I turn the electric motor to the right, it comes out and it pushes the cylinder out. When I turn the electric motor to the left, it sucks the oil back in and it pushes it back into the tank. Simple. That would be the simplest, easiest, most efficient way to do this hydraulic stuff. You want to make it now so that it is going to drive something else. I'm trying to think of the best way to do it. You essentially do this. You would do like this would, I think this would be the simplest. This would save us from having to go backwards with flow, which doesn't bother me. I like it. I did it, the other day. But like they could do this, and this would work for, say, a wheel. You could do this on a wheel. You could either store it or you could send it back to the sump. You had to have the choice to do it this way. If I wanted, this would work because this tank would be full of oil, okay? And this tank would be full of oil. So what's going to happen? I do have some extra area in this for some oil. So I take the oil out of here. We can pressurize liquids now, right? That's something the devs put in there. We don't have to worry about this from a gamification standpoint. We can pressurize liquids. So I can take the extra liquid. This is how my trailer works. I could take some extra liquid out of here, force it into this tank. This tank's going to hit 60, and then the extra force is going to go, as the force comes through, it's going to turn the wheel, and it's going to force it into this tank. All right. Now, if it doesn't loop, the wheel is going to eventually stop. Once I hit 60, that wheel stops because this doesn't turn anymore. So you'd have to loop, but certain things like pistons, you could do it that way because it'd fill the piston up with oil. So that system would work. I think it would be really cool. See, also, what the circular disc, I forgot the name, does the engine... flywheel. Yeah. I saw Dan. I'm way late on chat, guys. I'm trying to catch up. Sorry, I'm pushing an hour late on chat. I got caught up on a couple of tandems things which are interesting about hydraulics, and I really got into that. I think they leak because they should leak. Yes, because they're impellers, not hydraulic pumps. Daniel's saying they leak because they should leak. Yes, absolutely. An impeller should leak. Let's get I'll get a couple pictures here going. Let's do a single stage axial. Just do compressor. We're going to do axial centrifugal compressor, but it's going to bring up the same thing. Single stage axial centrifugal. See, this is the problem, is it didn't bring up a single stage axial centrifugal compressor. All right, single stage axial centrifugal compressor. That's one right there. Centrifugal compressor. Here's a centrifugal compressor. These will leak because it can go around the blades. I'm trying to see if they have a good APU diagram. Here's a little bit of an APU diagram. I'm trying to see if they have a small APU diagram that I can just look at. Here's a turbo. So I'm trying to see if they have a proper... Here's a turbo diagram that will actually be useful to me. So here's a turbo. These are single-stage axial... Well, not all of them, but some of them are single-stage axial centrifugal compressors. And so the air will come in, and there's gaps in the blades that they could come out of. And so they could go past the blades and through. That's why they leak. If we look at a hydraulic pump, or let's do a hydrostatic drive. I want the actual... I want like a blown up of the actual Johnny. Show me a blow up of the Johnny. That's what I want. Let me see. Let's see. Probably just see if I can get a hydraulic pump. Let's see. Hydraulic pump diagram will probably be best. All right, so this is pretty simple. I'm trying to find one that's a little bit better than that. Fucking phone keeps going off. Stop going off phone. Jesus. Let's see. Here we go. All right, so essentially this is what's going on here for a good pump diagram. So you have a drive shaft and you have a couple gears, and this does not leak because when it stops, this tooth is so close to the casing and the oil is in between, it's not going to leak. The oil can't flow through there, and this is also what is flowing. And so if you pressurize the oil but did not turn the gears, the oil would come in here and it would eventually find, and it would push the oil into the crevices and it would block the crevice. So it would self-seal. And so the pressure is going to actually keep this sealed until you turn the motor. And then as you turn the motor, you have the master gear here. The master gear is going to turn to the right. That's going to cause this slave gear to turn the opposite direction. And now what's going to happen is the oil is going to come down. It's going to fall between these teeth. It's going to come up into these teeth. And now as it goes in there, these two teeth, as you can see, there's still a little gap in there. Then they close off. And as they slide along, they push the oil that's in between them along. And it goes up here and it discharges. So this becomes an area of low pressure as this turns, and this becomes an area of high pressure. And so the low pressure wants to go into the gear teeth, the high pressure wants to leave to the area of low pressure out here, and it pushes the oil through. So that's a like a hydraulic pump there. This is let's see, I saw this diagram. I want to look at this one. As you can see, this is filling right here. This is filling up the teeth. This is transferring. That's delivery. So as you start the pump up, it comes in, it fills the gear teeth during the transfer stage, and then delivers it there. So, you know, I agree that they, you know, an impeller should leak, absolutely. That's why I don't think they should call the new part, you know, fluid impeller. They should call it a hydropneumatic pump, maybe. Hydropneumatic pump, because that's the difference between the pump and the impeller. The impeller will leak. It's just going areas of high pressure, low pressure. The hydropneumatic pump should not leak. It should be like a hydraulic pump. Yes, one-block valves. I highly agree with that, Daniel. A lot of this stuff is just so oversized. Like, would I like to see them replace the valve? Like, the valve has no reason to be that big. They do have some sort of scheme going here that sometimes, you know, it makes sense, but sometimes it doesn't. Like, if we look at the valve has one node. All right, one node. Now, generally, like, see how these are two nodes? So it's 2 blocks, okay? Now, if they have one node, it should be one block. And so the valve should be, essentially what they should do is do this. I would love to see this. This would be beautiful. This is what the dev should do. Take this block here. This is a manual valve. This is gorgeous. The only thing that I would change on this is make it omnidirectional. And they could add another one of these. I know they don't want to add more, but look, this has no node. There's no node on this valve. None. No node on this valve whatsoever, okay? So what they should do is, I love the manual valve, absolutely 100%. Keep it. Don't change it. Well, change it, but keep it. But what they should do is now put on a node. They should put on an on-off node. And so you should be able to feed an electrical signal to this. Now, if you want, you can go out there with no electricity and you can still manually actuate the valve. I love the manual valves. They're fantastic. But if they added see, this is the problem, is if they add electricity, which this is the problem. This has an electrical node, and this has a plug node. So you could get that down to 2. I think they started doing this, though. They have offset nodes. I wish they would do it more. Like, add a regular on-off node, a Boolean node to this. They could, you know what, even add, I would skip the Boolean, go right to a number node on this, and turn this into a variable valve. And then maybe make it when you manually actuate it, it is, maybe make 2. Let's do this. Let's make 2. So if they make 1 valve, all right, this is your manual valve. It is simple on-off. Then they add a node to it, right? They add an on-off node. And that would mean that you can actuate it if you want it. All right, but then you'd have to add an electrical node too. So add an electrical node sticking off the end of it somewhere. All right. And so if I want to manually control the valve, I do. If I don't, I use the electricity. Okay, great. So that's this node, done. Same one. Then they add another one. This one is variable and omnidirectional. All right. It's manual, variable, and omnidirectional. And so what you would do is if I push the handle this direction, it will go this way. If I push the handle this direction, it will go this way. And then you'd have to have an electrical node, but you'd also then have a number node. -1 means the flow goes this way. +1 means the flow goes this way. And so you'd step up to this, you'd press on here, it goes left, you'd press on here, it goes right. And then if you wanted to send a signal to it, you could then do it electronically. That would be fan-frickin-tastic, because if we wanted a manual, old-school, steamy system, you can have it with 1 block. If you want it to be actuated by electricity, you can have it with 1 block. And that would make it so that we're not making them, that, you know, they'd make 1 extra block. They would rework the old block, and it would work really well. I think that would be fan-frickin-tastic, because that would open up so many possibilities where, for example, you don't necessarily need to have a flow-in, flow-out system. You can have a valve system do it. What you do is you pressurize this one going one direction or the other direction, and you can control it with the valves. So that would be cool too. What can't? Oh, never mind. Yeah, I turned it right on. Are people even using pistons? Oh yeah, I've put pistons on half my friggin' builds, man. I've got a piston on. We'll go through my builds. What has pistons on it? This does not, but will. No, this will not. This has a piston on for decoration. And if it wasn't, if we had hydraulic pistons, it wouldn't be decoration. It would be hydraulically controlled. This build here does not have hydraulics, but it will have hydraulic cylinders on here for actuating the drills. They'll be for show only, but they're on there. Let's see what else I have that has it. Those are the same builds, so those already have it on. This is going to get hydraulic cylinders simulated because we can only simulate now, but it would have realistic ones if I could. Let's see. This one has simulated hydraulic cylinders on it. It does not yet, but this one will. The Giraffe does. The other one, where is it? The Giraffe already does, as you can see. Giraffe has simulated hydraulic cylinders on there. You know, I think you underestimate how many people put these things on stuff. The problem is the pneumatics aren't very strong, so we don't use them. But the hydraulics, you know, you make hydraulics strong. This has simulated hydraulic pistons on it. This has none yet. That will, though. Let's see. I can just pull them up. Front loader. Front loader has a bunch of them on there. My front loader has a ton. I've simulated a ton of these, which they would no longer be simulated if I could make them actually hydraulically actuated. It has one for the bucket tilt there. It has a couple cylinders in here for actually actuating the arms. My excavator has a ton of them on it. My lifters have them on there. So you can see those are being actuated right there. Again, they're fake. The pivots are doing the work, but I would not be faking them. I would have the pivots faked. I would do it opposite. You see, this is just suspension. The suspension is simulating a hydraulic cylinder on that. It even has, I think it has it on the tilt, does it? No, I used to have them on there. I don't have them on there anymore. Let's see, the excavator has a ton of shit on it. Yeah. I think you underestimate how many people would be using this, dude. Be very, very freaking popular. This one has a ton of simulated hydraulic pistons, like 2 of them just attached right there. This sucker uses a ton of them. All right, we have these are connected and simulated. They would be real if they were not simulated. You'd have to put in a liquid flow through and hinges though, and pivots. You know, it has. Let's see, which one's the stick? I forget the controls for this. There's moving the stick. Stick has simulated hydraulics, and then I forget what I'm running on the end there. What is the end? Let's see. I forget how I'm controlling the end. What is the implements AD? Okay, right there. There's the implement. The implement's controlled there. So those are all simulated, you know. So. What is Blood yapping about yet, huh? Are you looking to get kicked the fuck out? I did not say the turbo got added. All right, you're gonna get a little time out there, being an asshole. Bye. Keep being an asshole. See what happens. Should have checked chat earlier and booted the asshole earlier. They had issues with it, my understanding. You know. The problem is some of the same group of people will say fix bugs, and then the problem is some of the bugs are caused by some of the functionality, and so if you want that bug fixed, you got to lose some of the functionality. And that was the problem with sinking ship community. The sinking ship community was losing their mind, and part of the reason why they lost their ability to sink ships was they had to slow fluid transfer through doorways, and they had to slow fluid transfer through ports to be able to not have people getting shot to the moon and getting slammed against the wall and killed all the time. And you can only survive up to 4 atmospheres of pressure before your character starts to die. And so you get a little bit of water coming into your ship, bingo, 4 atmospheres, dead. So they had to slow the water intrusion through a doorway slow enough that you as a character could get the fuck out of that room before you got crushed by the pressure. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is that that was important. An important change, but the problem is that quote-unquote fix, which fixed a number of issues people were bitching about. People were bitching about loud banging noise. That was caused by too much pressure getting into a room too fast. So what did they do? Slowed how fast air can get in and out of a room. And so because they did that, it made it so that water could not get in and out of a room, because water is a fluid as well, could not get in and out of a room fast enough for the sinking ship community to enjoy their content. So, like, people need to understand that, too, is as they squash a bug, it is going to get rid of a necessary element for some other type of gameplay. So, likely they got rid of that turbo because of that. Oh, good. We'll just boot this guy permanently there. Bye. Good. Became more and more of an asshole, so he's getting completely booted now. Bye. Okay, good. Keep that in mind. What a prick. Okay, good. Taking out the trash. I should have read the rest of his chat, but it's all garbage. Alright, I deleted all that stuff, so you're not going to see it anymore anyways. I get rid of that garbage pile of a person. How's it going, Erasmus? It's okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tana. I know you're talking to that dude forever, so I'm trying to read your chat, but also ignore like all his bullshit. So I deleted all his bullshit, so I won't see it anymore. Yeah, if you're trying to talk to me, do at Captain Cockrells. That helps me see it's actually from me. Yeah, they can overlap. They can overlap the composite. That I wish they would just make everything composite now. The problem is, again, it would be a huge improvement if they just went to composite nodes for everything. But you imagine how many people are going to bitch because, you know, their stuff doesn't work. Oh my God, I have to rebuild this thing because the devs made this change. Now, even if it is a great change that going forward, every build is going to be so much better, they have to be wary of that because you know there's a bunch of people who they can't never change, and any change they see is bad, and oh my God, the sky is falling. And so that's unfortunately part of the negative consequence of that negative group of people is that, you know, they don't want to make big changes in these things because those people will complain. You know, so that's the negative thing is by being flexible, you give them the space to make some changes that are good changes, you know. You know, so some of that stuff they're going to be afraid to do, you know. Yeah, I like the manual valves. Like that, I did that on the trailer. Like it gives you a reason to get the hell out of your truck and to go actually do something, and that's I like that. That's good gameplay. The manual valves. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, Reddit must have got bored. Yep, I just didn't get to it yet. Rasmus, hello. I don't care what they are. You don't come in here and just be an asshole. Period. It's against my rules. Come and be an asshole. You get kicked out. This is my living room. Don't come in my house and act a fool. Yeah, that's the thing is like, you know, for example, there are plenty of infinite power generators in this that you can make in this game. I've never used one. I'm never going to use one, but I'm actually glad they're there. And this is the reason why. If you want to make a fantasy build, you can do it. If you want to make a build that, for example, should work, but does not work because of a game limitation, you can make it with an infinity generator. You can make some sort of electrical infinity generator that makes something work that would work in real life that doesn't work in game because the parts are too big. And so, like, some of those things are just good gamification where it's like, for example, like some of the glitches, like a wheel or a buoyancy glitch. So some people use wheel glitches to make airships. You know, the game does not, you can't pump hydrogen into an enclosed space and create an airship. It would be cool if you could, but you can't. So what do people do? They force wheels into blocks, and now they have an airship. Cool. I never do it, but I'm glad that other people can do that. And so, like, I don't see how, like, an infinity generator picks my pocket. Would it be cool if, like, everything was perfect? Sure, to a certain extent, but, like, making the game too perfect and too realistic makes it so that anything that's not perfectly realistic is now out of bounds. It was like with Kerbal Space Program, there was a reason why they made Kerbin not as big as Earth and why Kerbin didn't have as much gravity as Earth, because cool futuristic things that you would want to make would be impossible. And there were mods where you could actually make Kerbin the size of Earth and have the same gravity well as Earth. Well, guess what? No more SSTOs. You have huge limitations. You need enormous amounts of fuel to get to the mun. You know, so by gamifying some of these things, you make it so that people can do more and cool stuff. Like I used to like to do straddle launchers in Kerbal, and you can do them IRL, but they're super, like they'd be super difficult to do in Kerbal. And like they're a lot easier because Kerbin has less of a gravity well. For example, in Kerbal, you can run jet engines higher than you should be able to IRL, and that allows you to do things like strato launchers that are actually effective. And so, like, understanding that that the Stormworks world is not a perfect one-to-one allegory of our world is helpful in understanding that the it allows some things that are pretty cool that are not realistic. Like, I was thinking of one of Fan Jerry's, let me see, try to find it. He made something cool the other day on the workshop that, not the other day, it was probably a month ago now, but, he made his little RCS flying Johnny, probably find it pretty quick here. Like, there's a bunch of builds on the workshop that would not be possible if the game was so realistic that it would start to put too many guardrails on people. Like, it is cool when a game is very realistic and simulatory, but it starts to put some restrictions on you. For example, like, if everything was as it was a realistic distance in Stormwork, if, for example, the game was so realistic that if you tried making an oil tanker go 300 knots, or let's not say 300 knots, let's say 60 knots, it would disintegrate and it would destroy itself. There's a bunch of people in this game that only like playing the game because they can take their oil tanker that looks like an oil tanker and then go 60 knots because they don't have the patience to wait. And that's fine. And then people like me who have the patience to wait and want an oil tanker to go the speed that an oil tanker should go, I can make my oil tanker go whatever speed I want, and they can make their oil tanker go whatever speed they want. And I guarantee you some of my negative votes on my latest builds I put out were because they were too slow. It goes 50 miles an hour. It's a Segway that goes 50 miles an hour, and somebody downvoted it for it going too slow. Well, guess what? They can make it as fast as they want, and I can make my stuff as fast as I want. And that's because the game is not 100% realistic. Let's see if I find it. What is it called? Probably go to 3 months, and it'll probably pop up. Probably there, right here. This is by Digita Fan, the flying scooter, the Pegasus flying scooter, by Jerry Fan. This is a really cool build, and it would be possible IRL. The materials are too heavy. There's no way in Christ you're going to be able to pump air fast enough with a standard pump at 10 atmospheres to get you to be able to work this. But because the game is not hyper-realistic, you can do these cool things, and that's nice. And, there's some things here that are goofy beyond belief that I would never build in 100 years, but then you get stuff that's, like, really realistic, too, that is really cool, that's more my speed, and everybody can enjoy their gameplay. And frankly, at the end of the day, the game doesn't survive unless it has a large enough audience that that we all kind of support the cost of it, And so that's important, that the game is not ultra realistic to a limiting factor. As long as it's realistic enough and it's also cartoony enough that we can all have our fun, or the majority of people can have their fun, that's super important. So, but there's plenty of like cool, like unrealistic stuff on here that would not function if the game was too hyper realistic. All right, let's catch up with chat here. I'm trying to catch up. Yeah, like Daniel's point, like imagine the outcry if they brought back the gearbox / clutch braking because of over torque. It was an understandable idea they had in their head. We'll make it so that they limit it. It was absolutely miserable. It really was. Like if you don't remember what that was, you weren't around then. The whole thing was, let's see if I can find Bumblebee. All right, here's Bumblebee. So this was Bumblebee, okay? Bumblebee was a container moving helicopter, okay? If we look here under the top of Bumblebee's rotor, you can see it has an absolutely huge gearbox. Why does it have such a huge gearbox? Because it needed a huge gearbox. Because this was around the time when the gearboxes would break if you put too much torque through them. So Bumblebee needed a 3x3 gearbox to be able to not break the gearbox. And so that's annoying, because now if you look at one of my newer helicopters, let's grab what's that yellow Johnny called? I forget. I don't think I named it. But now, like, because we don't have that torque issue, try to find one of my new ones here. Let's see. So here's my latest helicopter. Because we don't have that torque issue where they break, look, I can put a 1x1 gearbox there. If we still had those breaking gearboxes, I would need a 3x3 here and a 3x3 here, and it would ruin the look of it, and it would be annoying. And so certain things are good from a realism standpoint. That's kind of cool, but it breaks down when it gets into the game. And they don't know that really sometimes until they try it out. And they realize, yep, that was a bad idea. And, you know, it's something sounds like a good idea to get it in there, and then, nope, that's a bad idea. And part of the thing is, like, a real helicopter gearbox can be pretty small. In-game, the smallest we can get is, you know, a 1/4 meter cube, you know. And so that's kind of the problem, you know. How's it going there, CG? Good to see you. Yeah, exactly. Like, Daniel's making my point there. Yeah, like, you know, for some of those builds, like, people still like to go through the systems, and then, so, for example, they click on their electrical connections, even though they have an infinity generator. Some people, like, just don't know how to make one work right, so they stick in an infinity generator, but it's you know, it doesn't pick my pocket, so it doesn't bother me, certainly, by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, I like a good electrical system. I like systems, you know, like my ships. Here, I'll bring up Triton. Triton has the most complex of all my stuff for electrical simulation on there. Give it a second to load here. You know, it depends on what you like. Like, for me, I like doing electrical systems. I like setting them up. Some people loathe it, and they just turn on infinite electricity. Like, there are literally people who just turn on infinite electricity, turn on infinite fuel, and just drive. You know, there's some of probably the same people who, like, just download stuff from the workshop, because they don't want to build anything, and that's fine, you know. And there are other people who like to build a little bit, but not a lot. And there are some people who like to, who don't like to do any electrical stuff. It drives them nuts. And there are other people who love it. And there's, like, some people who would pull their hair out trying to do what I did last night. I'll show you. I showed it earlier. But the, you know, I redid the 18-speed transmission last night. It would drive some people nuts, but I enjoyed it. I was having a good time doing it, you know. I'm updating the 18-speed right now. So, I'll try to get it out in a minute there, CG. I'll upgrade the new one, and then I'll put it out. Yeah, too slow or not having guns, yeah. I'll put the new one up in a minute there, CG. Yeah, exactly. Balancing is the hardest thing. That's why, like, that's one of the reasons why, like, some of the commentary, especially on the negative places, annoys the shit out of me. It's because, I don't know why I spawned it. I do know why I spawned it. Fuck. All right, let's look at electricity on Triton. We'll start like this. All right, so this looks not too bad. Now you get down here. These breakers are 100% functional, all of them. All these breakers are isolated in the systems. All these relays are isolated in the systems. Triton has 100% relay realism on there. So when we spawn Triton, all those breakers work. Now, most people, that doesn't interest them at all. For me, dude, that was part of, like, that's why I went and got a degree in aeronautical science and why I love the systems of craft, is that interests me. And for some people, bores them to tears. Like, I still remember system diagrams from when I was doing IOE training, you know. So, like, all these breakers work. So, master breaker has to go on. If I want to shut down all the port diesel systems, they're off. If I want to shut down all the starboard diesel systems, are off. This is the essential bus. This is the non-essential bus. It's set up like it would be IRL. This interests me. A lot of people bored to tears by this. Bow thruster is now off. Stern thruster is now off. Starboard cooling no longer works. Port cooling no longer works. Rudders are now off. Trim tabs are now off. Nav lights are off. Ballast system is off. Bridge is off. Firefighting systems are off. Port main gen. Starboard marine gen. Engineering section is down. Radios. Electric circuit breaker. These are duds. Those are spares. Over here we have helipad. This is all non-essential. So if you notice, all that stuff was essential stuff I need. This is all stuff I don't need. Stern, crane, sensors, anchor winches, interior lighting, rear davit, starboard davit, port davit, parasite refueling, cameras, helipad bow, drone control, electric. These are all duds down here now, in case I need them for something else. Like, I put in a DEF system that will eventually work on a lot of my stuff now. That you need to put jet fuel in or else the engine will not work. You know, and so it's stuff like that that for some people bores them to tears. For other people, that's what they like. You know? So you can go super simple. Like, some people will just plug every electrical node into the battery and call it a day. You know, and then I go into that detail on some of my stuff, you know. Because I used to sit in an airplane with a circuit breaker panel 2 inches above my head. And we had to pull circuit breakers. And we had to listen to relays shuffle on and off all the time. And so I enjoy it, you know. But, like, that's the, you know, like, you know, IJK is talking about the balancing. And, like, balancing is always going to be the hardest thing. You know, and it's going to be one of the things that people complain about the most. And it can be understandable. Like, I remember a big controversy in Escape from Tarkov was... you know, the devs of Escape from Tarkov are great at saying, hey, if you don't like it, go play something else. And I like that. I think a dev benefits from doing that. You know, they should take some feedback, which Escape from Tarkov does, but they have a vision, and they know what they want their game to be. And if people suggest something that's within the parameters of what they want their game to be, they are receptive to it. They make changes based on what those suggestions are. But if people make suggestions outside of the parameters of what they want their game to be, they say go play something else. And I like that about Nikita and the devs at Battlestate is, you know, they came out with this big patch. It was called Inertia, and this is what you used to be able to do in Tarkov, right? You would you'd have 80 kilograms of gear on you, and you could bunny hop across the map, and every bunny hop, you go faster like I can right here. And it was so stupid. It's supposed to be a realistic, like, gun sim. It's supposed to be more realistic gun sim, right? And so you'd have idiots bouncing across the map. And then they had a thing where you could lay down and do a dolphin flop and go through a doorway doing a dolphin flop like an asshole. So one of the things they did was they did inertia. So if I have no backpack on and I'm not very heavy, I go around the corner, I shoot, and I come back. I go around the corner, I shoot, and I come back. Now if I have a heavy backpack on, when I go around the corner, because I'm pulling an extra 80 kilograms of mass, I go out, and it takes me a while to get back. And I go out, and I keep going, and it takes me a while to get back. And it's like I'm moving an oil tanker because I've got 80 kilograms on my back. And so what do you do now? You drop your backpack. So you throw your backpack on the ground. Now you've lost all that weight, and now you're lighter and you're more agile. And then the guy with the pistol is running around like a maniac because he has no weight on him. And the guy who's heavy can't catch up to him. And a bunch of the Call of Duty fanboys there who were playing Tarkov, who were jumping around doing belly flops and bullshit and bunny hops, they said, oh my God, the game's going to die. Oh my God, this is the worst thing. They're killing the game. They're killing the game. And Nikita said, hey, go back to Call of Duty. Go play something else. And, you know, they all predicted the end of Tarkov. And Tarkov has gotten so much better. All, you know, those people who, like, couldn't stand it, they left mercifully because it wasn't the game for them. They shouldn't have been there in the first place. And they left. And then the rest of, most people got used to it, and most people actually like it now because it's more tactical. You know, so you know, okay, I'm going to push this room. I drop my backpack. Well, guess what? The guy inside just heard me drop my backpack. So now he's ready for me because he heard me drop my backpack, and I'm more agile, but now he's waiting for me. You know, so that adds a cool game element that people wouldn't think about. So maybe the guy, you know, and then the other thing is if you have a heavy backpack on, so in Tarkov, if you crouch and you walk slow, it's hard to hear you. But if you have a heavy backpack on, you're louder because you're making a lot of shuffling noise carrying a heavy backpack. And so, you know, if you know there's a guy in there, you might come way the Christ over here and drop your backpack. And then you crouch and you crouch walk all the way in to get close to that guy so that he can't hear you. And then you pop up and you shoot his ass. All right, and so like that adds some strategy in it, and that brings it back in within the realm of possibility there. And that was all balancing, and it set off all these fires in the community. And it's the hardest thing to do is balance. You know, you can do it'll take you 99% of your time. You know, what is it? You could spend 99% of your time doing the last 1% of balancing because it's just so complicated to get the balancing just right. And inevitably, as you balance something, you take out somebody's fun and you replace it with somebody else's fun. And so you can ruin the game for a certain group of people. And that's what happened when they were balancing a bunch of the pressure stuff is they pissed off the sinking ship community who cried and thought it would never get fixed. And guess what? It did. But it took a while to get the correct balance where my gameplay is not ruined and their gameplay is not ruined. And now we're at a balanced position where you want to sink a ship, you can sink a ship nicely. If you want to not sink a ship, if you want to have a moon pool, you can have a moon pool. And you can do all these things. If you want to save your ship, you can close some doors, have auto-closing, watertight doors, and save your ship. So, but it takes time. It took months, you know, and people just need to chill out. That's why I get pissed off the most with people who have no patience. It's because, you know, good things come to those who wait. You know, garbage usually comes when you have no patience, and you need to have some patience because that's when you're going to get good shit is waiting. You know, and waiting can suck, but that's the only way it comes. Do you plan on releasing some of your career builds? Yes. The career builds that I'm doing in the live series I'm trying to release most of them. I have been releasing some stuff. I released a couple. I'm also going to start trying to do, you know, I'll like come up with an episode of, it's going to be a weekly release. And it will be not every week, but I will come up like the Patney was part of that. I worked in the Patney, some at, you know, off stream, and then I released it. So I plan on doing that. A lot of the stuff just doesn't get finished. The crane, when the crane is finished, I want the crane out the door. I want that on the workshop. The Patney's already out. The miner is eventually going to get released where it requires a lot of testing. If you just saw, I brought it out today and I had to fix some stuff on it. I'm doing the final stuff on the new T-Test system. T-Test Mark II is coming out, which is then going to also, when that's all cleaned up and good, the chassis is going to come out. This trailer's coming out. I'll probably release that train car, but a lot of stuff, like a lot of people don't test their stuff enough. And I make so many builds, I want my stuff tested before it comes out. The caboose might come out. We'll see. This will come out. I built this specifically. I want this one out. This one's specifically made to come out. This is my container shifter with twin, but it needs testing. That's the thing is I don't just release them willy-nilly. I want them tested. I want them working as desired. That's going to come out. Giraffe I want out. Giraffe is pretty good, but I want more testing on Giraffe. And I want to make sure all the systems are working the way I want them. Giraffe should come out. This diesel, I need to completely rewrite all my train stuff. So that's unlikely to come out because that's going to get rewritten. Tethy's, I can't make any promise on Tethy's because Tethy's still has months and months and months and months of work to do. Anything big is going to take forever to get ironed out. I want to release this intermodal self-loader. I want to release the mineral hoppers, the field bin. Like some of these things, once they're, like we're going to do more multiplayer streams. And once the multiplayer streams, that's where I'm testing these things. We're actually seeing what the problems are, the hang-ups. And then once the problems are fixed, they can be released. Like this had a problem for a long time. I think I fixed it. This could come out. But this had a problem for a long time. That's why that didn't get released. This lifeboat could come out once I'm happy with it's the way it's working. This could come out pretty quick. This is actually a pretty cool car. This has some good tech in it. This was made to work with the helicopter. that new tandem helicopter I made. This one is a hybrid. It's so small that it needs to be a hybrid because I can't fit a transmission and a transmission microcontroller in here. So this thing is so friggin' efficient, it's nuts. So it's electric drive, okay? It uses up, you can watch the battery. The battery goes down until I get up to speed. If you look at the speed here, we're doing 50 miles an hour. It will go all the way up. I think it'll go up to like 100 miles an hour. It's nuts. So as you see, the battery goes down precipitously until we reach speed. All right, we're up at 93 miles an hour. And we're now, if you look, the voltmeter is going to go positive. Watch the voltmeter. It'll go positive. That means that we are now producing more electricity than we're using. So now you'll notice that will start to go up eventually. We're down probably quite a few digits there. But this thing will run all the way across the map. It is cold. Look at the temp. Because the TAC, we're at 5 RPS, less than 5 RPS. So this thing will go all the way across the map just on electric because it's a hybrid. So that will go all the way across the map. No problem. You see we're probably gaining we're losing just a hair. See how little we're losing? We're losing like 0.0019 at a moment. And that's probably, you know why I think we're losing electricity is because of the issue we have with superchargers. Because this was producing enough electricity before, but the engine is only a 2-cylinder, so it's not powerful enough now to completely produce enough electricity. But once we get some sort of turbo or supercharger back, I should be able to recoup that electric burn. But as you can see, we're not going to have any problems going across this map. We're at 87% battery. We're barely losing any battery. And we're already, I don't know, 6th across the map. You know, going 94 miles an hour the whole way. So this thing is ultra efficient. I want this out at some point. And then I want to do a tutorial on making a nice ultra efficient hybrid, which I wanted to make. And then they changed the way that superchargers work. So I have to do it after that. But a bunch of that stuff, WF, I plan on having out. But it's as it gets done. I released... If you look at my releases the last week, I released a couple things. My God, click on the right thing there, guy. You see, I released the Patway last week, I believe, and then I released the Patney was last week. Patway was a week before. So 2 things have come out within the last week, but a lot of those things from the career series, they need enough testing until I feel comfortable to release them. Then they come out. Yes, the spreadsheet. Yeah, I'm gonna. I'll update that now, CG, and I'll release it. Yeah, I think they do have a good balance for realism. Like some people act as though they're the devil, and it's like I think it's so silly because it's like. They have a good balance. They don't make the game too ultra hard or realistic where you can't do fantasy and the average person can't just pick up the game. A lot like people complain that they took away the boiler explosion. I agree. It sucks, but I think they did it in the hopes that it would make it easier for players who may not have as much engineering knowledge. And I think that was a balancing choice that I don't agree with, but I think it was for the sake of balancing to make it more approachable to people, you know. Some of the choices they made with Steam annoyed people who like a complex, realistic Steam system, but they did it, I think, to make it so that it was easier. The reason why, you know, one of the consistent bitches people have is about the wheel slip. Oh my God, why do my wheels always slip? If you notice, my wheels never slip. They'll do it if I like hammer a turn really hard. Let's take the Patney. That's the most recent. I have a Patney pickup too. I just made. That can get released. That was actually, I was looking to try to get that out quickly too. So like here's the Patney, right? Patney is little 4-cylinder. So what the devs did, this is my guess too. So notice my wheels don't smoke. Right off the bat, a lot of people's wheels smoke. And the reason is they're in the wrong gear. Now in real life, okay, this is what would happen in real life. I'm going to go up to 5th gear. All right, 5th gear. 5th gear, if I press down the W key in 5th gear, I'd stall. So there's me stalling, okay, in 5th gear. Now, if I had a bigger motor, right, and I start in 5th gear, I would still stall in real life. But in game, what will happen is you'll squeal your tires. And that's because, imagine if you have an 8-year-old kid trying to play Stormworks, okay? That 8-year-old kid who's never driven a car, never learned how to drive a car, has no clue how a manual transmission works. That kid is not going to be able to jump in a car and be able to make a manual transmission that works, understand how a clutch works. They've never put their foot on a clutch and felt how a clutch works. And so the devs, I think, in my estimation, made it so that essentially, instead of lugging out an engine, you'll spin the tire. And if you over-torque the engine, you should spin a tire if you over-torque, but you should not do it if you under-torque. They made it so that if you go under-torqued, you'll still be able to spin your tire, and that makes it so that, yeah, your tire will smoke, but guess what? Your car will work. You'll still be able to drive. Notice, my car is not smoking shit. If I start really like doing this, yeah, we'll smoke tires. We'd do that in real life too if I started doing this in real life. But like if I drive like a normal person, I'm not smoking my tires. It's because I have the proper gear ratio. And for a lot of people, that is really challenging to figure out how to do it. They should watch my tutorial. But if you follow the tutorial, it shows you how to get the proper gear ratio. You're not spinning your tires. I did not grip the tires on this. This has standard grip tires. Okay, no spinning. And the reason is a lot of people, like if you will go try some of their builds out, what they do is their car sounds like a lawnmower. Like you keep seeing these complaints. You know, all the cars in Stormworks sound like lawnmowers. No, they don't. Does my car sound like a lawnmower? Nope, doesn't sound like a lawnmower. You know why? Because we're at a reasonable RPM. All right, I'm not at 60 RPS like they run their shit at. They run their shit at 60 RPS. Everything's gonna sound like a fucking lawnmower at 60 RPS, right? But why don't I run my car at 60 RPS? Because I have a proper gearbox. So I'm utilizing mechanical advantage so I can have a tiny little motor running at very low RPS and I can have no problem. People will complain why, oh, you can't cool modular engines. You can't cool modular engines. Of course you can. I have this one tiny little old school radiator and I'm running at about, what are we at, 10? Let's see. 946. I had it written down the other day what this runs at. Oh, try not to crash. 946 divided by 60. We're at 15.76 RPS. We're in the arid biome where it's hot, and I will never overheat because I have that tiny little radiator with an impeller on it. But you'll have people who don't understand how to make a proper gearbox, and they put in an engine that goes at 30 RPS. Yeah, you're not going to be able to cool an engine at 30 RPS. You shouldn't be able to. Put it down to a reasonable RPS, and you're going to have no problem cooling. This thing will be fine. This will not overheat because of that, And so it's like some of those things, they have to do balancing choices where, for a lot of people, it seems like it's an impossibility to cool a modular engine. And for me, it's like I struggle trying to overheat a car. I can't overheat a car unless I pull the cooling system out. And it's because I'm gearing properly and I'm running at reasonable RPS and I'm cooling properly with good flow rates. And so they have to make that balancing choices. Like they could listen to those people complaining about cooling and say screw it. We're just going to make all cooling apparatuses 10 times as powerful, as effective. And that would ruin it for me. I would be like, why even put a cooling system in my car anymore? That sucks. So there is a balancing point where if they go too far in one direction, they're going to annoy me. And obviously they're annoying people who don't know anything. And so, they've come to, I think, a reasonable balancing point in this cooling mechanic where, somebody like me can quickly do a tutorial and show you, hey, run at a reasonable RPS, put a reasonable transmission on there, and guess what? This simple cooling system that's literally, like, I'll show you the cooling system in this piece of piss. It is right here. I go off the front axle. I go up to an impeller. The impeller goes through the cooling manifold, and it loops through the old school radiator, and the sucker will never overheat. And that's simple, right? And so you can show somebody that, hey, it's simple, you can do it, it works, and then they're no longer frustrated, I'll quickly go through. Yeah, so that was off Daniel's comment about the good balance for realism. Yeah, I'm trying to get most of the career build series stuff out. Again, it's so hard. I make so many things, and then I want them 100% finished. I don't want them crap. Exactly. Good little an off ramp. Get your professor an off ramp. All right, so let's work on CG's thing here. So CG, this got done today. Well, it got done last night, but I fine-tuned it today. So here is the Eaton Fuller 18-speed. This is the new one. I made a new one, so a new microcontroller. Copy. We'll grab the... I thought I released the 18. Did I not release the 18? Let me look at my releases. I thought I released the 18. I might have released just the 10. I don't know. I gotta look. I thought... Well, Citrus had it, so I think Citrus had it, right? I know Citrus had it, I think, so... let's see. Where's the 18? It's got a... This was like a couple days before the... No, where's the pump tutorial? I maybe not put that one out. Let's see, where's the 18? I thought I released the 18. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I didn't. Did I not release the 18? I thought I released the 18. I guess I did. Yeah, I do like these gentle reminders now and again because sometimes I think I've even released this shit and I haven't. There it is. 18 right here. Here's the 18. So the 18 is out. I'll fix it. I'll put out the new version of it. I'm just going to do a version on this one. You guys probably couldn't see it. I don't know if I didn't have display cap on, but I was just looking through my builds. All right, so here is the... Oh, Jesus, where is the one that I want to release here? Let's see. I got to find the right one. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to oh, shit. Let's see. Trying to see which version got released. Let's see. I'm gonna just cut some shit. Let's do it this way. I did make some changes. So I made some changes. I'll release it as a fresh version. You can have the old version if you want. You can have the new version if you want. I did put some new things on here that will probably be useful. Like the chassis, I am actively working on the chassis to get released. That's something I very much want frickin' released. So that is the transmission. That's the 18. Anything missing on this? I don't think so. I got it made it a little bit more compact too. I was gonna just try to hook it up to the old one, but I changed gear ratios too, so I don't want to do that. All right. So pull that, and then I'll clean. This can go. This is part of the fuel system. Oh, come on, man. Give me a break. Give me a break. Give me a break. That's good. A little bit different, CG. I'll walk you through it. I'll make the workshop page quickly. But, so the whole reason I'm including the seats here is for the shifter and just to show in case somebody needs to know how to configure their seat so that both the shifting, the up down will work, and also that the actual shift handle where you have to park your ass. Where am I sitting on that? I got to be sitting ahead of that, right? The hell was the up on there? I completely pulled it out, so I can't see it. What is this up here? I got to be sitting am I sitting a level above? I am sitting a level above the transmission. So pull it in. Yeah, one level above the transmission because I have a PTO on here, so there'll be a PTO on here. So I'll walk you through it, and then I'll get all that. That should be Toto on that one. That should be everything. Let's grab it all, and I'll make a new version of it. So this will be the updated version. Instead of just... there's so many changes, I don't want to just, like, go over the other 18, and then it's like nobody's going to see the changes anyway. It's better to launch it as a new build. So let's cut that. All right, let's start new. So, yeah, I was planning on... This got finished up, most of it, last night. And then I'm working on the chassis now. All right, so I'll walk you through CG on this. So pretty simple. Everything's plugged and plumbed. A little bit of a difference here. So because of the way that things like any power takeoff, let's say you want to be able to cool where you're stopped, you can use PTO power. And so what's going to happen on that is really simple here. You can get rid of this if you want, but I would leave it. It's up to you. Because if you later want to hook this up to my my hydraulic system, I have a hydraulic PTO system that will work all the dump bodies that I'm going to be putting out, all my trailers. So personally, I would not fuck with this if I were you. It's currently working through my engine microcontroller. Is there a node here? There is a node. If you want to add a node here, you can even add something else. What I'm going to do here, I'll pinky it. This is what I'll do. Do a constant number. Took me forever to get through chat. I'm sorry that I missed all the grouchy pants there, being a pain in the ass, chat. That was would have booted him earlier if I knew he was being an asshole. But so here, this is a constant number of 1. So I did this on my last couple builds now. Impeller is a beast right now. And you do not need to spin the impeller very fast to get very, very good flow rates. A bunch of the people who said, oh, I wish they'd roll the game back before pressure, they fail to remember that before the pressure update, we used to get 75 liters up, 75 liters down. That was it. And so we got very low liter per second on flow rates. That made the cooling more challenging. Now, with a small impeller moving at like 7 RPS, you can get like 165 to 199 liters per second of flow rate of liquid. So that's why I can have that Patney with that tiny little impeller. It only has a 4-cylinder motor with no supercharging. The Patney will go 80 miles an hour, cool itself fine, is because the impeller's a boss, okay? And so what I do now is I take the a constant number of 1, I run it to the modular clutch, okay? And then what I'm running is a second, so I call this my systems clutch. This runs all of my PTO systems, my power takeoff, all right? So that's all my power takeoff. Then you have this T-piece here, okay? If you want to run anything off of this power takeoff, you go like this, take your impeller, and like the cool thing with the impellers being so strong right now is that I literally, like usually I try to go pre-gearbox. And the reason is this engine will rev up to, on the current 18 speed, it only goes up to like 8 RPS at most. And so at 8 RPS, you get max flow rate out of here. Okay. The cooler I have on that 18, it comes off of the gearbox. And so the only time you'll get like say 8 RPS on the impeller is when you're in like 16, 17, or 18th gear. The only time you're going to get that much. And so you can down gear it and it still cools perfectly fine because the impeller is super boss now. So I put that on there so you just know where to hook up your PTO shaft. So if you want to put on the hydraulic pump system, if you want to run your coolant system constantly, if you want to pump anything else, you want to do air brakes off this, be my guest. You can do it right there. So you can run as many PTO connections off of here as you want. But that's the PTO right there, power takeoff. This here should already be, this has to be plugged into the motor right here. See this clutch? This is your drive clutch, okay? If you want to plug this into your motor's clutch output, where you'd normally plug it in here, plug it in here. And that will allow you to get power while the engine's turning, even though the vehicle's not moving. So this is your new clutch for the transmission, okay? Everything else is hooked up. These are your shifter, pitch, and roll. That's your high clutch. That's your low clutch. G1, 2, 3, G4, 5, G6, 7, and 8. That's your reverse gear, and this is your reverse alarm. I'll put one on there. You know, this vehicle would have a reverse alarm. So, if it's pink, it's something you can or should move. If it's not pink, you shouldn't. You know, I should probably make that pink. I don't know. I don't know. So, anyways, this is your reverse alarm. So this is your buzzer that will go beep beep when you back up. So all your reverse gears, you have 4 reverse gears on the 18. That will buzz on that. So let me make sure it's set right. It should be. All right, that's set correctly. Your seat is configured to how it should be. Up, down is reset 100%. Again, you can change these if you want. I left in my normal stuff. You know, do whatever you want with this, but I would leave it like this just because if you want to plug it into my systems later, stuff like the lights are all set up correctly. Like the light panel is all based off of these. City horn and air horn, you can put those in if you want. You can change those. Those don't matter. But any of the lights, I'll release the lighting panel too when the chassis goes out. I'm going to release these in modules as a pack. So you can take as much or as little as you want. You want to take the transmission, the engine micro, you can take that. You want to take the transmission, engine, and lights, you can take that. You want to take the whole chassis, take the whole chassis. So that is pretty good there. Let's save that. So this would be the Eaton 18 speed new for TTIS Mark II. All right. TTIS Mark II will come out once I've tested the chassis more and the trailer. The chassis and the trailer are my test beds now for the TTIS 2. Once that's good, those are coming out. Then the lighting panel's coming out. The TTIS does all air brakes now. What else comes out with that? Steering stability controller is on the chassis. That's already out. What the hell else comes in there? I redid all the panels, so that's saved. Let me make sure I save it again. All right. Is that good, CG? Is that everything you need? Okay, spreadsheet download. Let's check that. I'll have to dick around with that to get that where I can release it. Because I have to, it's currently on my email. I have to put it in the other email, and I have to share it. And I have to make it. See, the problem is, okay, when you download CG, let me bring up the transmission tutorial. Stand by. Bring that up, and I'll change the picture. If I could spell, it'd be real gift to me. All right, so here's the transmission tutorial. If you go into the here, let's just open the bitch up and do it this way. All right, so if you come down here, you have the Google Sheets transmission template. If I open it, it will give me a version I can edit. If I edit the version, you guys are stuck with an edited version. So it's the unedited version. So what you want to do is right-click on it, or when you open it, you guys open it, you cannot edit it. So you want to click on it and open it. All right. When you open this, you want to go File, Make a Copy. Okay. If you make a copy, that will then go on your drive. All right. So like this is my personal drive over here. It's not my Captain Cockle's drive. This is my personal drive. So I save a copy of it, and then I'm able to edit it. So just come up, open it, come up here, make a copy. If you don't do that, you're not going to be able to change anything, because if you could change it, you would change the master copy, and then it would, whatever your changes would be on YouTube, that YouTube extension. So you got to do make a copy, and then you can edit whatever you want. It'll be copied to your drive. So that's what you got to do there for that. So I've got to make another version. I got to send that version over to, let me try to do it now. Just get rid of screen cap. I got to open it, and then I got to, let's see. Got to share it with myself. Okay, copy a link, and then I got to open it with my other account. go to Drive. Let's try to put that in there and see if I can get it. Okay, I might be able to save it this way. Let me see. Oh, you're being a pain in the balls, aren't you? Google's going to be a pain in the dick, isn't it? Here, let's do this. All right, let's copy that. I'll email it to my other email. I have to do this or else they'll get screwed up. And this way I can make it, because I'll make the master non-editable CG, and then you have to do the same thing. You do make a copy, and then you can edit it. So it's kind of a process to make these the way I need them. All right, so I want them to be the viewer. Don't allow anyone. Allow anyone with the link to view. Okay. No, I don't want it off that. Okay, share with people. Viewer. Okay. And then I'm going to make my other account an editor. I'm going to send it to my other account. And then I tried getting to my other account last night, and it didn't want to do it. So let's see if we'll do it right now. Okay. Go on Drive. Okay, good. So I've got it now on my other account. So I can share this too. All right, so I have to, let's see. Currently signed in. Okay, that's good. That's fine. Okay, let me, so copy a link. I got to fix how I share this. Stand by. This kind of can get complicated here. All right, general access is going to be. I'm trying to think how I can do this. I'll go through this. It's going to be boring for me to do this on the side here. I shared it with the other account, so what I'll do is I will when I put it up there, I'll put it with the build later, and it will be the same thing. You gotta make a copy of it, and then once it's saved to your thing, you can edit the values, but you can't edit the master values, or else people would fuck up all my numbers. and then the next person will be like, none of these numbers work. Like, yeah, because somebody played with the numbers because I screwed up the way it works. But okay, so that's good. Let me catch up with chat here. Like how tutorials are named stormworks basics, but they're far. Well, that's the thing is like, you know, I still think it's the basics. Like, you know, I'm not going into real, like, I'm not going in, they're not 5-hour videos. But, you know, like, I tried, like, somebody was talking about, like, oh, you can do this, and this with your Steam tutorial, and it would be more accurate. And it's like, yeah, the point is not to go into a PID, you know, a PID explanation every video. The point is to get you moving so that you can make it work. And then if you want, you can go back and watch a PID tutorial to how to tune the PID, you know, or I'll make another episode where we change the Steam from a open close valve to a, you know, a variable valve with PID tuning, you know. All right, let's take a picture. I like taking the picture with this with all the shit falling on the ground. I enjoy that. That's quite good fun. Probably get me a downvote. See, it's blocking the transmission. There we go. I like that. Get a little blue background. I need some background or it's going to look donkey. There we go. All right. I certainly feel everybody's pain when they talk about like the favorite part of the build challenge is doing the workshop page, but that is especially if you start banging out complicated shit all the time, it is you need to have a good workshop page, or like people are gonna ask you questions to death because they won't be able to figure out how to do it on their own. So you got to help them out to fix it, which is fine, but it's like you have to do a lot of engagement. So sometimes it's easier to make a good workshop page that just has everything you need. And then, like, just be like, did you watch the video? And they're like, no, go watch the video. You know, it's just a hell of a lot easier to do that than do it the other way sometime. I got to do paint here. Let's open the picture. Screenshots. I'll change my screen over once I get it where it needs to go. Yep. A little fun with the pictorial there. All right, let's go ahead and let's grab it. Let's go fixed ratio. Okay. Come on. Pretty much what I do with all my picks now is I do that ink sketch, and then I go in and I just add some contrast to it, kind of like how it pops. And then generally the game is the saturation isn't great on the game, so I saturate it up to see what the fuck is going on there. And then let us see. Let's throw a layer on there. Do I brand it as Pat Motors or do I make it Eaton Fuller? I don't know. What did I name it? Eaton. We'll keep it as an Eaton. It's pretty much based off the Eaton, so. Pretty much based off the Eaton, so. Okay, let's see. Let's do that. That, and we do this over here. This, we do this for that. But yeah, that, this, and that. Do that maybe, and then we'll go bang, 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 bang. I don't like the transparency on the bottom. There we go. I thought the transparency would be okay, but it just comes up blue because it's not a blue background. Might look all right in the floor, but it's not going to look good up top. Right. Eaton Fuller 18. All right, and then there was something cool that Mr. G did. Again, this is why I do like the old build challenges for this. Was I won't steal his thunder on his color scheme here, but he had like he did this cool double layer frame on there that was pretty minimal and it was cool, you know. So I'm not gonna do it with these colors, but you know, he did it like this and then a yellow bond. So I do like picking up little hints and tips from that, like see what somebody else does that looks cool and then do it yourself. You know, it's kind of nice. Adds a little panache on there, you know what I'm saying, Vern? Little panache, as it's known. Let's do 4 on that. A little bit of depth, you know, give you a reasonable looking screenshot that doesn't look toes. It's gonna bitch at me if I try doing this. There we go. Darken that up just a hair. I think it cut off this side. Nope, it was fine. Worked. Okay. Oh, there we go. That gives it a little bit of pop. All right. All right, I want to resize 512, 512 for those who don't know how to make a thumbnail. And you'll save it as PNG. It's got to be a PNG. So this is Eaton Fuller 18. Speed. TIS Mark II. All right, there we go. Let's get this on the Shop of Works here. Eaton. Okay, land, man. All right, I gotta go grab it off. Again, don't grab it yet. I gotta do a bunch of shit. So it's not a big deal if somebody grabbed it, but it's hey, it's not ready yet. So try not to let anybody grab stuff until I've got all the instructions, because again, trying to head stuff off the pass, because somebody will give it a negative downvote because there's no instructions. Like, dude, it's been on for 3 seconds. Give me a break. So let's see. Let's check the old Eaton and see what that had for a workshop page. That might have most of the information on there. Nope, that's the 10. The 18. Oh, I barely put anything on there. Okay. I don't want to do an install tutorial right now, but actually I will. I'll do a fast install tutorial. Take me 2 seconds. I'm not going to finish processing the video, but I'm already recording, so it'll be quick. Let's grab this. I had an absolutely abysmal workshop page before. I think it was like somebody asked me during a stream to get it out. I think it was Citrus, and I just quickly threw it together and never went back and fixed the workshop page. So try not to do that anymore. Okay. All right, I don't need a GIF on there. What I do is have me sitting on my side. Specifications, I don't really need. Installation. All right, 1. Connect. Mod. Clutch and transmission to the crank case of the modular. Okay. The modular clutch is the system's clutch and should receive a value of 1 for PTO purposes. All right. The drive clutch is on the top of the transmission and should be connected to your clutch system. All right, let's see. Up, down, shifts, gears. Hey, look, perfect. Right where it is. Up, down, shifts, gears. Up, down, shifts, gears. Okay, let's actually put something in there. Is this going to dick me on the 4? It will dick me. Let's see. What do we want to do next? Connect the bottom pipes to the drive wheels, forward and rear. All right, up, down shifts gears. What else? What else? Connect electricity. Connect electricity. Up, down shifts gears. That needs to be 6. All right, then what do we need? If you hold the down arrow for 3 seconds, it will return the transmission to neutral. All right, and then shift pattern. Oh my God. I had a picture on there, but I'm going to just draw it out here. Shift pattern. See. We'll do 4 reverse, 3 reverse. 3 doesn't look like a 4, does it? 2 reverse. This is when, like, the complicated stuff, this is why you need a workshop page. It's like, people are like, how do you work it? It's like, oh my God. Neutral. And then we're just going to do 1 through 18 forward. 1 through 18 forward. Okay, H menu. I don't need door and latches. I don't need. There we go. So CG, does that look good? Like you'll be able to figure out what's going on there with that instructions? Let me know if you have any. If you guys ever read those instructions and not clear enough, let me know. I'm going to quickly do a video. I'm not going to process the video now, but I'll quickly bang it out. So let's see. A little bit of installation. Doesn't need to be that far down. All right, so that's good. So 4, 3, 2, 1 reverse, 0 neutral, 1 through 18. Let's actually change that. Those will be negative. -1, negative, negative, negative. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense to people who can't figure it out. They'll put a downvote anyway. The kids. Let's see. Try to put at least one picture. Try not to do the same things that I criticize people on build challenges for not doing. Did I not picture? There it is, right there. And then I'll upload a picture of the chassis too. All right, that's good. Save that. I just do a 2-second. Let's see, what's this message I got? Somebody messaged me somewhere. I don't know where the hell it is. Oh, it's an Endo's thing. Okay, it's fine. Let's see. All right, let's quickly. I'm gonna like 2 seconds. Try to do a quick like little. This is how you connect this bad, John. All right, so I'll keep the music going. Screw it. All right, so this is going to be the installation tutorial for my Eaton Fuller 18-speed transmission. So right here, you have any of this pink stuff can be deleted. You don't need it. It's there to show you where it is, and you can replace it. So this is just a constant number block with 1. Currently, the way this system works is this has a PTO, a power takeoff. So this clutch is always engaged. You'll go ahead and you'll delete this or move it wherever you want. You need a 1 going to the clutch. Do it however you like. Then you want to attach the clutch to the back of your modular engine. Right here where the pink elbow is, that is where your power takeoff is. So because the clutch is always at 1, as long as your engine is turning, you can get some accessories off of this. So if you want to run, say, an impeller for your cooling system, you can also run that off the front axle. If you want to run an impeller for a hydraulic system, whatever you may use it for, air brakes, whatever you might like, you can take off power here, power takeoff. So you want to plug your regular clutch node into this clutch here. This is actually the drive clutch, so you'll plug that in there. Everything else is plugged in. All the electricity is currently configured here. in case you want to connect your transmission separately from the shifter. And here's your backup alarm. So you have a shifter handle that moves in the correct positions for the 18 speed. It will go forward, back, left, right. That is set up correctly. Generally, I hook that directly into the battery or the hot bus so that you can move that while you're not powered up. You have your backup alarm here. Your backup alarm is for reverse. If you would like to use the backup alarm, just go ahead and, as you can see, it's hooked to reverse alarm. This will beep when you put it in any of the reverse gears. There are 4 reverse gears. There are 18 forward gears, and you have neutral is 0. And so if you want to quickly go through your gears, we'll go ahead and we'll bring up the other model. All right, so pause that real quick. Get out of there, you. Make sure to turn the power on. Let's get rid of... I put setup on that. I didn't mean to do that the first time. Okay. All right, so here is my 18-speed chassis, which will be released later. This has the same exact transmission in it, so this is how it needs to be hooked up. And so with the up-down arrows, you can shift. So if we go ahead and we look at our... What the fuck is going on here? How did this get fucked up? Oh, parking brake. All right, so this is my 18-speed transmission installed in the tractor. With this setup, I have it so that you have to shut the brakes off to get out of neutral. I have an auto return system, so if I go up a gear and I let go, it will do that. It's not in the transmission. That has to be done elsewhere. So you can go ahead and walk through the gears with the up arrow. So there's first, second, all the way up through 18 total forward gears. If you hold down the down arrow, it will put it for 3 seconds. It will put it in neutral. So if you quickly want to go back to neutral, you just hold down the down arrow for 3 seconds, and it'll put you in neutral. You go down to go in reverse. As you can hear, the backup alarm's going. Click down again for reverse 2, reverse 3, and reverse 4. Reverse 4 is the fastest. Reverse 1 is the slowest. And then again, if you want to go back to neutral, just hold the down arrow, 3 seconds, and it'll put you right in there. So that's pretty simple. That's the installation. Any questions, make sure to put it in the comments below. If you do enjoy the build, please give it a like. I'd appreciate that. And thanks for watching. All right, so I can work with that later, and so that makes sense, CG? Seemed like that's pretty straightforward, right? But I'll attach the spreadsheet. I got to do a bunch of bullshit to get that working, right? Yeah, like some of the basics tutorials have to be long. Like, you know, I love it when I get the comments of like, it'd be better if this was like a 5-minute video. It's like, well, you're not going to learn how to do a transmission in 5 minutes. Like, I could teach you in 5 minutes, like I just did now, how to connect the transmission, but I can't teach you how to make a transmission in 5 minutes. Can't be done. And you're certainly not going to understand it. And then I'm going to get 900 questions about like, oh, like, you know, you said that part pretty fast. What do you mean by this? And so instead, I try to do it clearly. I try to make it so people can understand it, and that takes time. And some people don't want to invest the time, you know? Yep. How's it going there, Sergeant Chaos? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, there's always somebody who, like, they'll have problems with it. Or they'll be like, why do you have 2 clutches? Oh, you didn't much. You didn't read the instructions. Like, people literally just, like, they'll... I will not name names, but somebody will not read instructions, and then they will, they'll fumble through the whole thing when, again... Like, I do this very specifically on purpose. I go on, when I do the build challenges, I read through your workshop. And if you listen, I threw some shade at a couple builds that had literally nothing on the workshop. There were only 2 that had nothing on the workshop. Again, I'll bring up citruses again because I already, you already said I could do it. But let me see.
find it first, and then I'll bring it up. I gotta go back to Discord and go through there because I have to get them off my computer because I save every one of your builds to my PC as soon as the deadline comes up, so I have to get them back off. So I don't subscribe to them for long because it would overwhelm all my shit. So I gotta go back through the link to find it. But I'll bring up Citrus's there's a reason why I go through it is. It shows the audience what I have for instructions. So if I screw it up, and it was clearly on the instructions, and I did screw up a couple that they had it on there, I didn't catch it. Like, rotation speed 90, stall speed. I think I didn't read that because I have limited time. So I went through, I read this on Citrus's, and I checked out these two, and I did not read this, and then I didn't remember it when it was time for the video. And so if it was all on here, right, it says 90 knot rotation speed, and it says rotate after hitting 90 knots, right? And so it's on here. So if I screw that up and I don't rotate at the correct speed and I crash, it is now my fault because Citrus put it. Now, if I get a workshop page that has nothing and I screw up, it is 100% on that person because they did not in any way, shape, or form make any effort to tell me how they wanted me to operate their build. He told me how to operate his build. He told me when to rotate, right? He told me to avoid flying under 100 knots. So if I crashed because I was at 80 knots, it is my fault because I screwed up. And so that is why I give you a full 10 points if you get if you have a good workshop page. It's why it's worth so many points is because it saves me, like I said, I worked 11 and a half hours on that video. It would have taken me 22 hours if everyone, no, maybe not that much, but it would have been a mess because I would have got in there, had no clue what the control scheme was. Somebody like Citrus has this picture here showing where all of his panels are. It actually did take me a little bit to find this. Because I had to crouch up in the wheel to see it. But I knew, okay, I need to go here, then I need to go here and here and here and here. Okay, good, done. And we're off and we're testing. And I could get his review done in 5 minutes because I went click, 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 click off the ground, fly over there, land, done. Somebody else's that didn't have any information, I have to try to figure out how to make this thing run. I have to do some slow flight on the way there to try to feel how slow can I get before I crash? Okay. And you notice that some of them I was testing on the way over there because I didn't know what speed I was supposed to approach at. They told me a throttle setting, which if you watch the video, you know how useless I think that is. I want a speed, and I won't go into the 200 reasons why throttle setting is useless to me, but approach speed is what I need. So knowing he says right here, under 100 knots, except when landing. So I know, okay, we're landing 100 knots. He tells me my stall speed 60 to 70. All right, I'm going to shoot for 80. And then I'm going to feel 80. Okay, 80 feels pretty good. Let's go down to 75. 75 feels good. All right, 70 is a little bit dicey. Let's go back to up to 75. That way I can land it and I know how it's supposed to be operated. So that was a big pet peeve of mine when people don't put anything. So that's why I give people so many points. In comparison for that workshop page, it is that important to me not having an aneurysm. So, and I try to do it myself, and sometimes I fail and not give enough information, but I think that's important, See what all these friggin' messages are. Why am I getting all these messages? Okay. Okay. I was trying to nominate some of my builds for the for whatever the Endos awards are called now. Are they still Stormies? Let me check. I don't want to. It's a good thing he does. I don't want to say the wrong name. But Workshop Awards is what he's calling them now because it's not just for Stormworks. So, and I was supposed to use the bot, and I did not use the bot, and I did it right before I streamed, and I did not fix it. So I got to go back and fix it later. All right, so this is good. I'm going to go take a quick coffee break and a piss because that. But CG, that's let me check and make sure that is now available. I want to make sure Steam did its checks, and I have enough information now that I'm content to release it. So let's see. Yeah, there's enough information there. If people have problems, I'm going to get downvotes anyways. I don't give a shit. These I don't give a shit too much on downvotes at the end of the day, because most people, you know, don't care about this level of detail, and if they want that level of detail on a build like this, they're going to actually listen and read and try to figure out how to make something work. You know, it's like a little car or something. You're going to get a lot of people who, like, they don't want to read the instructions. They just want to turn the key and go. So that you kind of need to, you know, that one I kind of get annoyed when somebody can't figure it out, because it was made to be simple. Let's see. All right. It's also up on the Discord now. Steam community error. So it's still thinking. If you ever get that Steam community error, give it some time. It's still not completely uploaded. All right. Let me quickly go to coffee break, and I'll burb in a minute here. Go do the natural things, and then I'll be right back. Alrighty, I have returned. I've returned. Let me try to remember to do this. So when I do the credits, I always try to quickly scramble to get the picture up from that episode, and I always forget, and it's on coffee break, so it's like a big stress. So I'm trying to get in the habit of doing that. But I said hi to Sergeant. Good to see you again, Sergeant. How are you? How's it going there, Alistair? Yeah, today is, if my stream is early, it's usually because I slept all of like 3 or 4 hours, so I can't even remember what time I went to bed. I fell asleep probably like 3, woke up at 6, and then I was banging around down here. I might incorporate a new game every once in a while that's really got me excited, but it's VR, so it's going to be a big pain in the ass. Derail Valley. I was watching a content creator, which he had some good videos on that, and I actually started building this shuttle, this little electric shunter here. I said shuttle, but I meant shunter. I started building this little electric shunter, and then I watched his video, and I got really interested because it was VR. And I talked about this with, who was I talking about? Somebody was talking about DCS. Was it, was it Sleepless Trash? I can't remember who I was talking to. But anyway, so this is supposed to be a cool game. I've never played it. I bought it, but it looks really cool. It's got a good career mode. You know, they've been working on it for a long time, but it's you know, I think it's really in a state where I would be happy to get into it. But it's a cool game, and it has VR. And you know, when we were talking about DCS, like if you look here, you can do VR, and you can grab onto the controls. So you can either play it in VR or not. And that's like my favorite thing with VR is instead of having to like have all these like joysticks and mice and okay, I gotta hook up my steering wheel and I gotta hook up my throttle and I gotta hook up all this shit. You just jump in VR and you can actually use the stuff in game, which actually is more realistic anyway. Like, you know, you're not gonna have all the different buttons in the right places. You're gonna have a keyboard, and so you're like trying to fumble around, you know, banging into everything in the house, trying to grab your keyboard. In VR, and so it breaks that immersion where if you can just grab things with the VR controllers, you can, or even sitting down. I might be seated. I haven't really gone into it yet, but you can do all this stuff. So that'll be a lot of fun, and then it'll be good for inspiration. I don't do much train stuff, and I would love to get into some more train stuff, and this will probably, you know, get the itch going for some train stuff, because like Farming Sim really got me building some farm stuff, which is fun. Well, like this little micro shunter here, I'll show you this real quick, and then I'll show you the one I started working on this weekend. But I saw this little electric micro shunter, and I started building this. There is it, right? Because I wanted something that, like, when I'm putting the trains together, especially in the multiplayer streams, it's kind of a pain in the ass because I have to fire up the big train and move it around. So this would be. This one's electric, and so you just plug it in, and you just go forward, back, put shunt, and you'll be able to get those. So that was kind of inspired by that little one. I'm going to change this up a little bit. I'm going to shrink it a little bit. This is too big. It needs to shrink in a little bit. And I'm going to I can't really drop the height too much because you have to be able to stand in there. And my batteries are in here, so if I can put the batteries in here, I might be able to drop the floor down a little bit. And then, so I'll make a micro shunter. But that was what that was inspired by, was Derail Valley, so that'll be kind of fun. Yeah, but tomorrow is going to be probably like more towards a 1:30, so probably be this time for a start tomorrow. And then I've got an appointment on Thursday and Friday. Friday's probably going to be no stream. Just don't have the time for it probably. We'll see. I have to see what my schedule looks like. Yeah, like Citrus's comment's good here. It says, "You taught me how to make a transmission in 5 minutes by investing in a 50-minute video." And that's the thing is, like, once you learn something, you know, unless you're drinking at the time, it stays in your mind. And the next time you need to do it, it's easy. And that's like it's one of the things why in the challenges now, I don't, you have to make your own microcontrollers is like, I've gotten a ton of messages from people who are like, oh, I've never built this before because I thought it was too hard, and then I built it and I realized it was something I could do, and it will get like that sometimes where you think, oh, this isn't a possibility, I'm never gonna be able to figure this out, until you do, and then you're like, oh shit, why didn't I do this sooner? And so that's kind of cool. I was like, once you learn how to set up the gear ratios, once you learn how to build a transmission, you can build any transmission you want, and if you have any problems with it, you can fix it, and it's nice. And so it's why that's my method. Like, nobody else does tutorials really, maybe 545 like I do. They try to keep them short and 5-minute tutorials, and then they do time lapses, and so you miss a ton of shit. And I kept finding that, like, people would watch a 5-minute tutorial and then spend the next 4 hours banging their head against the wall, asking everywhere, Reddit and Steam and everywhere, like, for help, because they didn't learn anything. And, some people, like, they wanted the long tutorials, and then other people, like, they'll do that. They'll bang their head against the wall all day, but then, you say, well, watch this oh, that's too long. I'm not watching a 15-minute tutorial. Well, then you're not going to learn it. You either want to learn it or you don't, so it's kind of, that's kind of my whole thought, is you actually save so much time by just learning the thing than to try to rush, and you end up learning nothing, and then, what was the point? You just wasted all your time. So you actually spend more time, watching the short tutorial and then struggling. It's better not to struggle and just learn the thing. Daniel tricked out the Patney. Put on hydraulics. I would like to make something with some hydraulics. Check showcase. Okay, let me look. I shall look. Oh, I see it. It's got a little bit of a spoilerage on it. Oh, yeah, so I see that. Look at that. A little bit of the old wind and duct. It's got a splitter and a spoiler on there. That should. It's got racing stripes. Probably make it the fastest, right? It's got a blower on there. Oh, yes, indeed. He's got nitrous back there, a little nitrous oxide, and he's got some slapper fenders on there. Oh, yes. That's good. That's a good work on that. I like that. Yeah, Illy made, that was Marcus who put a comment on there. Illy put on like this, oh, there's a cool shunter by the Alistair. Illy made like this back in the day, like 1,000 gear transmission. It's like, put it this way. I showed you with the 18 speed. Every gear in the low box is like, the early gears, at least, the first couple gears, you're only increasing your speed by like 1 mile an hour. So, like, do you really need 1,000 gear? Like, there are certain applications where, yes, you'd want a 30. Like, you go into, like, some of, like, the log carrying operations, you need it, or else, you won't make it up the hill. But most operations, there's a reason why they have 18s in there. That's pretty much the high they go. Yeah, this one had an extra week though. That was the only thing. Yeah, I have to go through them. I have to review them quickly. I can't go through the parts. And the other thing too is I'm not going. Like, I was kind of telling people and hinting to them, like, I'm not using your autopilots. I'm not using your navigation systems. It's supposed to be an ultralight. Like an ultralight, you take off and you fly around a farm field with. So a lot of like the fluff and the faff, I wasn't gonna go into. Period. That was not the point of that one. Like if I made a challenge and it was like, this is an airplane challenge. I'm gonna be going from FJ to Clark, and I want to see autopilots, and I want to see moving maps, and I want to see HSIs, and I want to see navigation systems. If that was it, I would go through autopilots, navigation systems, and all that stuff. But when the challenge was make me an ultralight, and an ultralight generally has nothing on it. Like Mr. G's ultralight had 2 gauges. So if you look at like kind of the point of that, I wasn't gonna touch anybody's interior nonsense, really, frankly. It was like some of them don't even have speedos in them. They don't have any speed gauges in them. Like some of them are ultra simple. Now, with modern day nonsense, they're putting it in because you can get like an iPad and stick it in there. But like like, to put it in perspective, these vacuum gauges here are expensive. These are very expensive. Like, let's see if I can find HSI for sale. All right, here's a used, here's a used refurbished one on eBay. So who knows if this is going to be able to be certified. Now with the ultralight, you don't need it certified. Look at the cost. That's $2 grand for a used Bendix King HSI. Okay. So let's see. Here's a 1500 one. You know, so let's see what an ultralight, like an old ultralight for sale. So like that one, the top one. So like, trying to find reputable ones I can actually click on. Barnstormers is an aircraft website that will have them. I don't, Jesus Christ, blast me in the eyes. Why don't you there? Everybody should do dark mode by default. This one here, this Titan Tornado, is never flown, 9,500. Let's see. Jesus Christ, why do you make your website bright? I don't know why anyone would do that. Facebook Marketplace. Ugh, I don't even boot up Facebook. Pilot mix. Okay, good. At least it's dark in here. This one is a kit plane starting 11.5. So now, imagine you put in an HSI, right? HSI is going to cost $2 grand. HSI is going to take up a huge portion of what you're putting in there. You're not required to put in anything. It's a non-licensed aircraft, so like you could put in this if you wanted. You could put in nothing if you wanted. So like, you know, any sort of vacuum gauge, like people go nuts. Like this is not an ultralight. This is not an ultralight. I'm trying to find actual ultralights. Like some of these, they'll like again, people put in stuff that is not actually in an ultralight. Too. I'm trying to like that's not an ultralight. Like some of them are light sport planes. That's the problem, is they change some of the classification to light sport, like here. This is what I envision an ultralight to be. All right. See all the copious amounts of gauging in there? Nothing. Why? It's a VFR-only airplane. You take it out in a farmer's field, you fly around, and you come in and you land. You know, there's no gauges in there. You don't need them. And so that's kind of what I envisioned for this. Like some people went way overboard and were going more into the plane territory. And by the end of it, I was kind of like, you know, there's another plane, you know, like this here. This is an ultralight. So see, no gauges whatsoever. Here, this is your airspeed indicator right here. That's your airspeed indicator. It is a tube with a little float in there. And the faster the air goes in there, the little piece of foam floats up higher in the tube. The slower you go, the piece of foam goes down. That's the most complicated instrument you have on this plane. You know, that's what I was envisioning for ultralights. You know, and the point was I wanted people focusing on making sure the plane flew well. You know, that was what I cared about most, was make the plane fly well. And that's part of the reason I picked ultralight, is I didn't want people spending all their time on autopilots and all this, and then I'd get a plane with an autopilot, and it's like, I'm not going to look at it. You know, it's not what the challenge is about. You know, like here's another one here. Up the same picture. There's another one there. Like, that's what I'm looking at for ultralights. Like, here's one here. Like, you see, there's nothing. You know, like, people are going overboard with fully enclosed, and it's starting to get into, like, you know, proper, like, fully equipped airplanes at that point. And so I wasn't going to go into anything, and I can't spend the time as... You know, like, for example, I'm one of the only people who does challenges. I think I'm the only person who does challenges who I review every build. Most people don't. They'll have the community vote on the builds first, and then they'll take the top 5 voted for by the community. And the reason I don't do that is, like, there's a lot of stuff that, you know, there's a lot of builds that don't get in because it's a popularity contest, so the popular people get theirs voted for all the time. New people never get theirs voted for. People do it off the pictures, so if they don't like the way they look. And then the other problem is, again, like the, you know, quote unquote, the 5 coolest planes might get put in the top 5, and I might not get a single what I would consider an ultralight in my ultralight build challenge because I let the community pick the top 5, and they picked the coolest, jazziest planes with moving maps and autopilots and all these bells and whistles and the fastest. And somebody's like, oh, I'm going to vote for the fastest plane, which is not the challenge. So I review them all. And that's why I often like the community favorite's different than my favorite, because like I'm trying to make my favorite what the challenge was about. And, you know, and then the community will pick just whatever they think is coolest often. So that's one reason why I don't do that. And so like I can't go through every element of the build and review 16. And what's going to happen is if it takes me too long to review builds, I have to go to some sort of method to reduce the numbers. And I'd really rather not do that. And that's why I like very specific. I'm going over these things, nothing else, is because I just don't have the time for it. It took me 11 and a half hours to make the video as it was, you know. Yeah, I again, you know, it's you know, one of the reasons I made it 2 weeks was to try to keep the numbers down. You know, that's a new method I'm doing to try to keep the numbers down. Is the course is shorter, and I'm trying to, and I was doing it in a shorter period of time so that I would get a more reasonable number, because 16 is unreasonable, and I extended it because the devs screwed with the superchargers. And so I extended a week, and then I probably got an extra 5 or 6 builds because of that. So it would have been, the video would have taken me maybe, I don't know, 7 hours if I had done it when I wanted it to end. And instead I extended another week, which I think, what was it? It was 2 weeks to start with. So it's now 50% extra time. And so now the video's at 11 and a half hours. So I spent a whole day working on it, which I really didn't want to do. I want to try to cut it down because I'd rather have challenges more frequently and spend 6 to 8 hours working on the video than 12 to... One of them, I spent 16 hours in the video. And if you notice, like, I started, like, trying to reduce the amount of time everybody gets on the build to cut the number of people down, and I reduced the course so that I can get it done. Like, some of those reviews I got done in 5 minutes. I flew from North Meyer Outpost and was on the ground in 5 minutes. And that was beautiful because I could that, and then some of them, like, I had some that didn't have any instructions, that I had a crash, or like they didn't fly all that well, that I had to take a little extra time. I had to go around, come back. Some of them were, my approach wasn't very good. I didn't set up very well. And so that's why I kind of want to keep the time down, because some of them are always going to take a little while to get through, you know. But my methods are getting better at getting the videos out faster. Yes, there are going to be more variants of the chassis. That's kind of the plan. So I want the standard chassis done. So what I'm actually going to do is, this is how the chassis is going to work. So you'll have so this will be the 18 twin screw. Okay, it will look like this. Then if I want to make an 18 drop axle, it's real simple to do. You grab this crop hill. So if I want to do an 18 drop axle, probably grab the fender wells too. So I just pretty much cut off the fender wells, slide them back, and put in a drop axle. If I want to do an 18 triple axle, I put a triple axle in there, a triaxle in there. If I probably won't do any single screws, but 18 single screw would be like that. And then, so that's easy to make those. And then what I would do is I'd come out with the 10-speed chassis. And then I'd do the same thing. You cut, make a 10 drop, 10 single screw, 10 twin screw, 10 triple screw, and then you've got that done. So most of the chassis they make IRL, they don't stretch the frames for a sleeper. Like we used to get these Cascadias, and you know, you could have a picnic on the back deck here because the back wall was here. Well, all this space was for the sleeper. And so like you notice the fender wells to the back wall here, this is the back wall. This is where you could put the back wall in. And so that's why this is tall. Is like when you build your own truck off this, you come in, you can put in a back wall by going like that. That's your back wall. And then you put in your side walls like that, right? And then you start framing in your truck. That's for a day cab. And then if you're going to put in a sleeper, right, you would keep the back wall open and you'd extend your sleeper back however much you want it. Like a half sleeper would be to here, and then a full sleeper goes all the way back to the fender wells, like that. And so you'd slide back the components. Say you want to slide back all of this crap here. So this stuff, all the connections, you'd slide them back to here, and then that is where you put your sleeper. That's what I did with the cab over. Was this area here is where the sleeper goes. And so the factory, they take the same chassis and they put the day cab on, and then you just have a big deck plate here. And then if they put the sleeper on, you have a tiny little deck plate. There's no deck plate. You can't walk in the back there. So like all the day cabs that I've driven, you could step on the back here. With a sleeper, you have to stand on the ground to hook up your airlines. So, that's what you do there. And so this doesn't change much. And then if you wanted to put a cab over, you can move this and stick this. If you notice, I lowered it. So you move this, put it on top of the engine. And then right here, you can, I would put a sleeper on a cab over because you're not going to be able to cover the transmission. So I just put the seats up here, put the cab, put a sleeper, and then bingo, you've got the rest of the trucks the same. And if you want, you can slide your fuel tanks forward, make it shorter. Like the cab over is a little bit like, I'll show you. The cab over came off of the Mack Pinnacle. So essentially, you notice you have the deck plate back here. The tank slid forward. The transmission's right underneath the deck plate. And then, so it has the sleeper. So you're essentially giving yourself extra space for the sleeper with the cab over like that. So... you just slide a lot of the stuff around. The engine got moved down, so it makes it even easier to make a cab over now. The engine is 1 block lower. The transmission's 1 block lower, so it makes it even easier to convert it. So, but yeah, I plan to do different versions. So essentially, like, I'll just grab off the backs and stick them on. So I'll make a triple set, make a drop axle. Probably, let's do this. Let's work on, I hate to call it done. I think the chassis is where it's going to be. I think I can fix another version. I'm trying to do this chassis system now for myself too. I'm trying to do it with a lot of builds where I have like a template, and then I can just move on from there. So like if we went ahead and save this. Let's see. See, this is road, rain, tractor. All right, teach us Mark II. All right, so like, make a new one for this. Like, so here, we'll actually start like making the new tractor because I want to make this new tractor for the multiplayer. Get everything. So like pretty much the reason the panels are all sitting here like this is you can grab them as a group and slide them off. And then, this is where you can put deck plate in. I grabbed something I shouldn't have. Or I cut something I shouldn't have. I cut, this is just the vent for the, this is the vent for the tanks. So that's the vent for the fuel tanks right there. Fuel tanks IRL, you'd fill both sides. Like we had pumps where you would trigger the pump on the one side, and then you had a hose in the other that was triggered, so you could fill both tanks at once. But these are joined, so you can fill one side. But like then you come in here and you decide like what kind of truck you want. So I'm thinking like, let's see. So then you decide if I want to tilt, I probably do. But yeah, so I'll put on, so I might do a triple set on this, I'm thinking. Because this is going to be like this is going to be for multiplayer doing runs down to the metal ore foundry. Wish I could gap that more, but. So like this is going to be more like, I don't know, like kind of like a Western Star, I would say. So I need to kind of consider how I want these fender wells to be. Piss off there. say if symmetry's not on, I'm gonna have a small tear. A little bit of a cry. Okay, that's good. I kind of want to rough this out. How I want this a little bit more square, a little bit more kind of like old school, like really utilitarian look on there. And then usually these are actually part of the body. And the splits there on the hood. And then I probably, let's see, do I go up a tier? I might go up a tier on here, so probably like, I kind of want it more squared off, like real, like, you know, looking like a proper beast. A little bit more of a growly beast looking Johnny. The big old bumper on there, kind of like some of the Aussie road train stuff. This is going to be for running the road trains, and this is going to be Pat branded, so I want it to be very much look, you know, unique and different and not too based on anything. Well, I'm very much utilitarian, and then so like right here should be, okay, this is the firewall right here. So that will go firewall right like that. This light here is my dome light. And then this is going to be, often you put your air intakes right there off of that part of the body. So I kind of want this very squared off. On this one, I almost never build a real square hood. So I do pretty arrow hoods. So I kind of want to, no, it's not going to be this square, but it's going to, I'm trying to get the general shaping and then I'll move on from there. And so we'll do glass there. That's kind of, generally I want this to be a real like beefy beast looking Bad Johnny. Something like that. All right, and then we could start to put a little bit of angle on some of the stuff here. I know the black's annoying. Let's get rid of the black color here and go like... I can't see black for shit. I know that. Let's go... It's easier for me because then all the under stuff, like if you do white, the reason I don't do white anymore is like if there's a little bit of white sitting under here, then you can see it from a mile away in the cracks. When it's that pitch black, like if you look at a crack under here, you can't really, it doesn't stick out like a sore thumb. So I'll usually pick like a custom color like this that you can see and then fix it later. Yeah, but I want this to be very kind of like custom built and very much unique. You know, kind of very utilitarian for its job, you know. Pretty beefy is what I'm looking for. Okay, good. Come in there. I need, okay, I need to go one on for the doors. I cut it in too narrow. I can come out on the cab too. I can kind of Kenworth it and push it out a little bit. I'll do that. I know some of the Kennys did that. Mac does that. They have the... And then what we'll do is we'll run like that, and then this will be doors come in there for the sides. And then it's going to be a day cab, not running sleepers. Not running sleepers. And then what do we need? I need off the head, at least one block off the head there. I kind of want it to be a low flat top. Thinking. Okay. It's good. Try something here. I don't know how I feel about that. Can't do anything with it, that's the problem. Yeah. Try to see what the gap is on that. Kind of something like that, I'm thinking. I kind of like the crushed top on it, but that's too low. Probably more reasonable like that, height-wise. Yeah, I'm digging on that. And then, what do we got? 4-banger? That could work out, actually. Nah, that's probably too big there. Let's see. I'm gonna get some XML glass in on this. Problem is going to 1 on this back is gonna be a bitch. That's gonna be a mess fixing this if I do that. It's gonna get a visor, but not gonna be that big of a visor, so I gotta see what I'm gonna do with this. Yeah, I can't scrounge that. Right. Just straight visor on the front. I think I'll go 2 visor there. I hate going like this straight from off like that. I don't know, it doesn't look too bad on this. Actually, that looks pretty beef. Looks pretty beef on that. I'm gonna have to play with the glass though. Kind of do a sculpt-in method's my method. It's funny, I used to get so much crap from people like, oh, it's like, so boxy. It's like, dude, it's not done. It gets its angles later. Gets its beauteous curves later. See if I can get in 2 bang on that. It's gonna be ugly to do. Let's try that. I got a little space here to work with this. Trying to think of the glass here. Luckily, I have some space in here I can play with. Of course, it's 1 short of 4. 4 would be nice to get in there, but go. Yeah, I could even go inverted on that. Inverted looks funky. Looking pretty good. How do you think of that? Read some chat here. Very nice, very nice. Proper age there, Rasmus. Derail Valium. Yeah, Heis, is that how you pronounce it? That's the video I was watching today. He put out a video that I saw. It was good. I don't know what railroads are like. The VR is really interesting to me. Yes, I just saw Alistair Shunter. It looks nice. Oh, is it really? Yeah, I'll have to look at that too. Yes, the switcher remote control. Yeah. Yes, Citrus made me use MFD. That was just to look at speed, but you notice that's as much as I went into it. It was like, you know, at this point, I kind of know how long shit's gonna take to go through, and I'm like, nope, not gonna get to it, and it sucks, you know. But, you know, like when I used to do the build review all the time, like I didn't put any restrictions on it. Like I finally put a restriction on there, like I needed to get this done in 10 minutes, and the reason was like I would get a build from like, especially from like Jan. And he would put a lot of like autopilots and all this other stuff. And there's no way in sunny Christ I was going to be able to get through his build because I was trying to do 5 at a time. And so I was trying to do 5 builds at a time. And his build would literally take me over an hour. And it was like, dude, I'm trying to do 5 builds in a shortish video. And yours will take an hour. I can't go through everything. So it's like, you know, the more people that are in a challenge, the less time I can spend per build. Which is, you know, pretty reasonable, I think, you know. You know, I plan on doing the kind of these smaller, shorter challenges, and just like a lot of people aren't going to be able to participate, so we don't get 16 per time. You know, it's just I can't get through that many. No, thank you, Owl. Probably not a dual front axle version of this. I have to push a lot of shit back to do that. I have to push my steps back. I probably this area's all right. I might be able to get one in, but I have to push the steps back. So what I probably do is a cab over version with dual axles, because the cab's going to be up here anyway, and the fuel tanks will stay back there, and so the stairs end up going over the front axles. So you put a step up here, and then that leaves this space open, and so the cab over is most likely to get that. Yes, I know. I mostly try not to use too much XML stuff, but there's certain XML stuff I like. Like, I want it for the windows here. Like, you know, flat panel glass doesn't look too bad on a tractor, but a 45 is much better than, what do we have, 45s now? Yeah, whatever a half 45 is, you know, 22 and a quarter. I try to stay as much vanilla as I can. There are certain things like grip, absolutely XML for me. It depends on the application, because I want a lot of it. I want realism, and so for me, things like you know, something that should have oodles and boatloads of grip that has no grip is annoying to me. So I would rather upspec the grip. You know, so stuff like that for me is important to go back and get the grip right, because that's a functional element that gets destroyed when you don't have that. Other things like glass, some of the glass, like certain builds, like for example, the Patney, absolutely 100% needed XML glass. It would not work without it, and it would be way over. It's already oversized, and so it would be super duper oversized if I did not have it. What do we think of this shape? I'm like digging this shape. This is coming out good. I could drop, see the, no, I like the high bumper on this, and I'm going to probably put a bull bar on there. I like the high bumper. It makes it look more beef. Bumper is beef. I'm liking the general slope of that. Unfortunately, it's giving me Kenworth vibes. not a huge Kenworth fan. I kind of like the double tier nose on it. I like this. I like the contrast. We have a good slope, and then boom. And we have some slope, and then boom. You know, it's got that squareness that most of my trucks don't, because I usually drive arrows. And then you usually have a gap under here. You can actually see all the componentry under there. But I think the height is good. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. Proportions. Like, the proportions of my truck should be better now. The chassis, I was able to lower the engine down one block and the transmission, which really helped. Because, like, I would need to move this up. This was one higher. The seats were one higher than they are now in the Mac. Like that. I could even probably, I don't want to drop the roof line down. The proportions are correct. So I can keep a high roof. The problem is if I go one block down on the roof, I have to put 1x4s above my head, or else when I look up, when I look up, I will be able to look through the blocks. So that's another trick. That's what I did in the Patney. The Patney's got 1x4s in the roof, so that when you look up, you don't look outside the build. But generally, this looks good. I like the tall pillars. Like, people overestimate how much view you have in these. Like, you know, you have a pretty restrictive ass view in these. I might cut this pillar here and put another block behind me. We'll see what I do there. Where's my cursor, for crikey? I can't cut that because of this here. Yeah, so we'll leave it like that. That's plenty. I don't mind the pillar. Like, people think you have this immaculate view. You do not. You can't see shit out of a truck. You just get used to it. That's the thing. Is like, it was like my Star Citizen thing that drives me nuts. Is like, you know, somebody who has a little bit of experience flying airplanes, you know, people be like, the view sucks. The view's so restricted. It's like, it's a realistic view. That's what it looks like in certain airplanes. And they're like, no. It's like, that's what it looks like, man. You know, I've flown in these airplanes. I've sat in 7.5s and 6 and 777s and 320s and was I in a 330? I don't know if I was in a 330. You know, I've been in a lot of cockpits of a lot of airplanes, and they all have restricted views because you have professionals operating them. And I understand you gotta you got to have a little bit of a concession for the fact that you don't have professionals in there anymore. You have amateurs playing a game, and they need to be able to operate it as well. But you know, like they all wanted these bubble canopies, and it drives me nuts. It's like, you know, because every build is trying to, like, everybody was like, give us a bubble canopy, give us a bubble canopy. It's like, please, can you leave us a couple builds that don't have a bubble canopy? Just a couple, you know. And they just wanted bubble canopies and everything. I'm like, oh my god, please, no more bubble canopies. Because I kind of like the restrictive view. I like the Cascadias have these very open views, and they are nice to have an open view. But I like the Mac. I like how the Mac has, like, you know, the Mac you sit in front of the, like, see the wheels? Some tractors you sit over here more, and the wall comes all the way up in line with the wheel. Other ones like Macs, a lot of Kenworths, the wheels have the step, and then the cab is narrower than the base of the truck. I like that. Feels more it feels like you're sitting inside of something instead of, like, you know, I don't know how to articulate it, but I prefer the way it is. You know, and then, like, you'll also have where sometimes the door comes down to here. Sometimes the doors are these squat doors. So often I like a squat door. You know, so it's all personal preference and what you like, and it's, you know, I think that's what's silly is when people shit on personal preference. It's like, you know, you got a personal preference for something that, and like I'm glad people like bubble canopies. That's fine. But, like, I just don't want every vehicle to be a bubble canopy. I want some of them to have that realistic, you know, restrictive view, and then have some bubble canopies. But, like, some of those people, like, if it's not the way they want it, they think it's wrong. And it's like, no, man, it's just different. It's a matter of taste, you know? Got a different taste than I do. All right, there we go. And then should be able to get the patiny glass in there. Let's try yanking that. I made a patiny pickup truck. That's that was fun to do. That'll get released at some point. I want to make some trailers for it. Let's see. Ooh, I might sweep the glass in. Let's try something. The other thing too is, like, you know, the patiny, it released a hell of a lot earlier than I normally release something, and I had to, like, I've got like 4 revisions already of it because there was a bunch of stuff that I'm like, oh crap, that was a mistake. Oh, gotta fix this. You know, I'm like, oh, I gotta go back and fix that. See, I don't want to see out of the side panels, but I think I don't know. I kind of like the rounded, but I think I'm gonna extend it. I can't extend it. It's got to go rounded off, or it's got to be pushed back. Can I push back? I can. It's got to either be pushed back or I do rounds on it, which I think, I don't know. Rounded's kind of interesting like that. That is, I actually kind of like that. Let's put that in for now, and if I loathe it, I can always do something else. Gotta find where the XML block sits. I think I can grab off of here. Nope. Yeah, somewhere. I know you get a block somewhere I can touch. There we go. Beauteous. Beauteous. I kind of like that rounded. That's kind of interesting. You don't really see that, and it makes me kind of... This is always a prick to color that. But I can put a paint block in there. That's why it was good to be squared there. I can put a paint block to fix that. I kind of dig it, man. That's a little bit weird on the glass, but I'm kind of digging it. Not digging my steering wheel. Yeah, I don't know. It's a little bit posty there. But I can't cut across unless I push this glass back into my face. So this has to come back one if I don't do the side panels. But I don't want to be looking at that. So, nah. But you got big posts in these trucks a lot of times. You don't have these narrow little posts. See, like, I would like them to make glass that matches the slant of a 2x1. That would be nice. Let's see, the glass can't come right across there because I can't push that up on a 2x1. I really don't want to push it back. Stick with it for now. I'll play with it later. I think I'm going to do... put good mirrors on. I could put the mirrors right here. Put them on the doors, maybe. Let's see. Yeah. I'll figure something out here. You usually have big A-pillars on these tractors. Trying to see what would go up this. Is it at a 45? I think it might be. No, so 45 shallow. What's the angle on this? A 1-4? Problems I'm at a... Well, shit, it's not even a 1-4. It's got to be a 1-3. Do I have a 1x3? As I could rock a 1-3 to here. If I rock a 1-3 here, I can put the glass there, but I gotta push. I can't push this A-pillar further forward. Let's try something here. See, this is a 1x2 is what these turn into, so that's the same as a 1x2. So I'm trying to get the angle on a 3. See what a 3 looks like. So if I do a 1x3, I should be able to fix the glass to where I want it. I don't know if... Can I get a small enough piece of glass for in there? I don't know, it's iffy. Real iffy because I have to stretch it and it's already coming off of a 1x1, so it kind of has to go to 1x3 to stretch in there. I have the ones off the Patney. Might be able to yank them. Yeah, let's yank these and see how badly they stick into. So, like, one of the errors I had in the Patney was I put on 3x3s on here. This is actually a stretch 1x3. Because those these two panels here were not happy. And so I'm going to have to do the same thing on the doors. Could have just copied it, but I cut them. So can I push that in there and not get absolute disastrous effects? See, this is a little bit more wraparound glass than I would like. Okay. Stop. Okay. So, like, I could step this windshield forward one and run it as glass, but then I need a bigger eyebrow. Try that. Let's try this and run the bigger windshield, and then I'll... Yeah, that's what I'll do. I think that's what I'm going to do. And then I can put the post, the A-pillar right here. That's what I'm going to do. All right. All right, good. All right, now I got to figure out where the hell to attach these two. Right there, maybe. Oh, this one has a really funky grab. Yeah, this has a funky grab. I think it's back here. You has a funky grab, sir. There we go. All right, so that's what I'm thinking there. And then I'll stretch the middle glass across. I guess these aren't going to be a problem. That will work. A-pillar will come in here. Let's see what I can run on this. So let's run 2. That's got to be a bang 2 on that. Probably run a 2-2 on there, huh? You know, I don't want it. They look weird. Even like the modern stuff, you make them too shapely. They need to kind of be a little bit like. See, that looks funky. Like squaring it off is better often than trying to make it too angular. So they just look funky and weird. You know, they're trucks after all. Nobody gives a shit if they're aerodynamic. They're not gonna. Oh, to a certain extent. Like even that like looks better than trying to go. I think maybe 1-2. And I think this one needs to be different. This will get a... See how that posts up when I get in there with the A-pillar. Problem is going to have real annoying A-pillar. All right, let's get rid of the patentee because I don't want to have to go through the XML file and search for this with this in here too, because that's a lot of extra blocks to try to dip through. I knew I was going to forget a bunch of shit. Okay. And it's the only really funky. Whatever that is. That's stretched to a 5. Okay, let's save this. Road train tractor. Okay. All right, we'll find this. I'm still on display cap here. Amenably in display cap. Let's fix this. All right, let's see. Citrus scent numbers. I'm gonna find this window. Come on, control. Why is it on that monitor? Window large. Let's see. One of them stretched out already. So this is that. Nope. Nope. There's -5 right there. -7. Okay. Display cap. All right, that fixed that front pane there. That's good, and I like the fatness of it there. That's pretty good. All right, let's see. A-pillars are going to come up like this. So let me see what I can fix on the A-pillar here to get that where I need it. Okay, that can't be obstructed. So that cannot be obstructed right here. That's got to not be screwed with. So that's going to limit what I can do. That is a 4-banger. That is a godsend right there, though. That is really helpful. That fixes, that's really good. That gives me a little bit of shape on there. I think that will do it. That's good. I'm happy with that. This I can play with here. This is a little bit wonky weird. Almost like it squared up a little bit, but we'll kind of play with it. Let's see, what happened to my merges here? This never got merged. That did get merged. All right, let's take a look. Yeah, this is more of a flat top. I kind of wanted a flat top. All right, so there's A-pillar. We expect the A-pillar to be a big pain in the ass. It always is. It's supposed to be. It is in real life. You're always looking around your A-pillar like, oh, can't see shit. Like you're constantly rocking back and forth in your seat trying to see around your A-pillar in a tractor. So I've got good side lateral views there. Feels right. You know, plenty of view out of my side here. I'm going to probably do no rear glass. Yeah. So plenty of view in there. I'm happy with it. Content. I'm going to probably, we'll probably do a color work on this in a second here. Okay. All right, let's do a color swap out. Get off the purple, and I'll start working it. So let's see. Grab a Western Star. And I want to kind of look, see if they have any cool paint schemes going on with a Western Star. Ooh, that one's kind of cool. That one's kind of neat. I dig it. This twin axle Western Star's nice. It's kind of an interesting silvery color. Let's rock with this one, and we'll play with it. I'm going to just change it up. Okay. Let's see where we at here. All right. 237, 245, 244. All right, let's work with that. I'll end up doing some grill work in there once I figure out what I want to do. I don't really have any white tractors either, so it's kind of nice to get that in. Thanks, camera. Appreciate that. Appreciate all your help there, camera. Real helpful there, guy. That's that funny reading all the shitty comments from one of my Tarkov videos I put on TikTok. It took off and it got a ton of views, and so of course he got grouchy bananas on there. It was just hilarious. I had a good one that I posted on the Discord. I'll find it. Let's see. That's pretty good. Where is it? The dude goes, so what happened was the, it was a desync problem. So the game desynced, and so I shot the guy in the head, and it ricocheted. Okay, great. It ricocheted. But the game registered it as no hit. A ricochet counts as a hit, and it should show you how much damage it did. But the game desynced, so it never showed any damage. So, it's obviously that's the reason I was posting it was a desync issue, and so there's a thing in Tarkov. You say you got Tarkoved when the game screws you, you're Tarkoved, and so the whole video was like me. I hit this guy, it didn't count as a hit, and then it finishes with Tarkoved, and so that's the term for when the game screws you is you got Tarkoved. And so, so a bunch of people like didn't get it, and so they're like, "Oh, it was a ricochet." I'm like, "Yep, no, it's a ricochet. It was, Tarkov." And so like one dude posts. Let me see. It was funny. He goes, "It blows my mind that people post these on here. Big deal, you died. Can you just move on?" And I go, "It blows my mind that people comment on videos. Big deal, you saw a video you didn't like. Can you just move on?" It's like threw shit right back at him. It's the same level of hilarity. It was funny. It was like the dude bitching about somebody, posted a video. It's like, nobody invited you. Who invited you? Go do your own thing. Press the dislike button. But it's funny because all that engagement, it gets your video more popular. It's like, I love it. It's like, keep commenting that rough shit. Yeah. All right, good. So that's that, and let's grab the blue. But I thought it was pretty funny. All right, let's see. Oh, I need that up. I needed the display cap on so I could see that. Nah, it doesn't do it. Okay. Trying to keep the color wheel up. Sometimes it stays up from paint, sometimes it doesn't. 36, 55, 89. 36, 55, 89. 36, 55, 89. 36, 55, 89. All right, good. But I love it when the people get butthurt about that stuff. It's pretty hilarious. I think it's gonna need white in the corners there. Yeah, it needs white on the edges of the hood, I think, to look good. It does have white stripes down, so I'm gonna try to put a stripe in there. And then like the whole eyebrow is blue. But it's gonna be weird unless I'll probably erase and stripe some of it to give it a little bit of contrast. What are you doing? 2? Yeah, like that. I'll probably cut the corners here like that. See what that looks like. Come on, dude. Give me the right color. Ding dong. Try to decide if I want to cut that like that. Trying not to over blue it either. Trying not to get too much of this blue in here. It's gonna get a silver grill, so. And then white doors. I could put a couple little bits here and there, but that's got like a blue panel. That's too high there. That's too low. And I'm gonna fix the grill up, but I'm just gonna grill that, I'd say. Not too bad there. Let's see how we look. I'm trying to decide if I want to kind of like the squared out fenders. We'll see how I like the look of them. Yeah, see, they pickle me now with that. I got to fix them there if I want the coloration on that. It's not bad. Fenders need to be reworked if they're going to have the color accent in here, so they need to be symmetry on, mercifully. Thank you. There we go. Put a little round in that. I might fix some of this shit up here too. Might get after this little bit of bumper here too. Kind of like the tall stack bumper, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, I don't want it to be an arrow unit. I want it to be kind of a little bit still squared off some. I'm going to push this fender forward. It's still going to be a squared off bumper here. Okay. And then I think I'll do a little bit of a treatment on that fender. Do have a 4-banger here, so I'm trying to decide, do I? Ooh, that looks banger right there, like that. I'm gonna fix the front here, I think. Do something with this. Nah. It's hard to get it recessed where I want it. Kind of digging the high bumper on it. I don't know. Could wrap a little bit. Wrap one more set like that. If I could cut up and wrap here, let's go. See how this turns out. I don't want the black color under there, actually. Let's do this. All right, and then let's go paint block in all of that except the top segment. There we go. I think I kind of know where I want to do now. Yeah, I'm digging this. All right, good. There we go. A little bit more arrow on there, I think. There we go. Could cut in on the blue a little bit there. Side the blue there. Kind of looking at the Western Star Grill. So it's got a big center Johnny, and then it goes smaller after that. I was trying to do the other color as the chromed out and negative space on the other side. So Shiza, gotta fix this. Okay. So we'll go negative space on the other side. And I don't like that color right there. Let's go a little there. Okay. And then top will go pretty chromed out on the top here. We'll go across by at least a 3-banger here. And what do we want? Let's go darker than that. The negative space is gonna get darked out. I'll probably go a little less bright in the chrome, I think. All right, and that will go to here. If I could drag a straight line, we'd be in great shape here. Nah, come on, dude. Drag a straight line. Every time. I'll put further detail on here in a second, but I'm just trying to... get the proper this chrome. Let's see how this chrome looks when I get in there. It looks awfully white, which is, the truck's already pretty damn white, so... Trying to see what it looks like in game. A little bit of difference you can tell. And then I can't shadow out this, which is a problem. Can't shadow out that, so that's going to be a problem to get it where I want it. So that's going to have to be regular color there. What did I just do? I didn't do anything. Okay. Okay, let's do a outline. That will help. Straight lines, please. Draw a straight line there, ding dong. Thank you. color swap. Nope, let's drop that one. We'll actually go the other way. We'll go dark on it. Need the contrast. I need the contrast. I do. That needs to be fixed there. Okay. We take a look. Probably want to put a layer of paint color on the corners. Yep. Paint color on the corners. I think we're looking pretty good on a grill there. Sure color swap's not on, you demon. Can't be like that. That's two in there. That's good though. Touching on that one. There we go, like that. Now I got to do the same top treatment as the bottom treatment. Catch up a chat here. Gonna have to pay attention to this for a little while. Get that good. Digging it. All right, let's look. I don't know how chat moved on itself. ABS, no. It depends. Most of them are running with ABS now. You can probably get away without it. Front axles, I don't know, but I find that I find that doubtful. You know, like they might be something grandfathered in that doesn't need them, that didn't have them before, but they're not going to be. I don't think they're going to be letting anything on new that doesn't have front brakes on it. ABS, pretty much everything has ABS now. Anyway, they're not selling anything with that stuff. Older stuff can get grandfathered in, but you know, if you have something that's old and it already has it, you don't have to like add it to it. So yeah. Yeah, like most stuff gets grandfathered in. So like, you know, one of the reasons they're putting ABS on all the motorcycles now is that was something that the EU was demanding. So in the US, you can still get motorcycles if you want without ABS. Like all my motorcycles don't have ABS. You know, new motorcycles pretty much all have it, or it's an option still. Eventually, it'll be no option. They'll just have them on everything. It's not that much. It's $300, you know. Yeah. pretty much exactly. Like I could hear the ABS coming on all the trailers that it goes dee 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 dee. It's the valve is what does it. What are you doing, cat? Alrighty, good. So I'm digging that grill. That grill came out pretty good here. I might put a badge on there. I don't know. I saw something on the Western Star that I thought was pretty cool. I might try to replicate, but it's going to be hard to do. Let's try something. This could fail miserably. We'll see. Something on this Western Star that I kind of like. I figure out how to... Got like a divot in it that I kind of like. Adds a little bit of character to the hood. Hood character is hard to come by sometimes. A little bit of hood character, you know? Yeah, I might dig this. This is kind of interesting. A little bit of hood character here. Oh, I like it. Oh, I like it. I can feel it. It's coming in nicely now. It's going to add some good shadow capability. Give me the paint that I clicked on. So click it on blue. There we go. Click on it, you scum. Let's see. And so they're running blues in here, and then what they're running, this is kind of neat for depth. Like that. That is, I like that. I'm digging it. I'm digging it. And I think even run white on the sides like that. Ooh, baby. That's kind of cool, dude. I like that. I don't know about white on here. I might just tag that out as... No, okay. Click on blue and I get black. All right, whatever. Do whatever you want, game, and I'll just follow along. Thanks. There we go. It is blue. It's just dark as shit. Let's get a lighter on here. So what's this? Oh, let's go. I don't know. 109, 75, 56. Brighten that up a little bit there. Go brighten that. That looks cool, dude. I like that. There we go. That gives some depth to the hood. I like that a lot. This blue here is going. And I might get a stripe on the side if I can manage it, but that's going like that. Yeah, that looks beefy, beast. I like that a lot. Trying to see if I could put in a deflector that doesn't blow. Sometimes deflectors blow. Let's see. I'm gonna get a deflector that I don't have to have tears about. Doesn't really need a deflector, but I think it would be kind of cool if I can get a cool, like, raised deflector on it. I kind of wanted a flat top, but see how a raised deflector looks for me. The problem is it would be very small gap, and I've got a big gap on there. That's what I'd have to run to make it work, so. Like a low profile deflector, maybe. I think this deflector's a winner. There we go. Doesn't give it an insane amount of height, but it gives it something. And then probably what I'll do is cut in these backs here. Nah. And I think I'm going to stripe up through here, so. Yeah, baby. Coming along. I put intake here. Or right off of here. Probably put an intake there to give me a little bit of something, so. I cut anything on that side? Yeah, I cut my panel that I need. Shit, that I need. Okay. I need something up there too. Yeah, I could go low. Low's about the only place I can go. How low can you go? Right there. All right, there we go. Can't cut there at all, so can't put in paint blocks. Could do it here though. I don't think it looks too bad, though, having all the white on the sides there. I could put in like some detailing on here. Something to get that going. Yeah, I have sweep back here. I might sweep in. I don't know. Let's sweep in the bottom there instead of sweeping back. I can't cut in there too much because of the way this is set up. Yeah. Cut the other way. Cut down like that. I gotta put a stacks in. I gotta put a stack in too. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely sweep down's the way to go. Cut back in a little bit. Give me white color, please. Use gum. There we go. I'm gonna decide if I want to cut this back like that. I think the double blue is too much. Yeah, double blue is way too much. That really cleans it up. That cleans it up a lot. I like that. And then this should be white in there. Come on, man. Click on the block. Give me the color, please. Yeah, that's better. A little bit more muted in the blue. Damn, I like it. And again, if you saw how like it started out, it was blocky as shit, and that's kind of, you know, people have different building methods, and that's kind of mine, is, you know, to go a little bit on the blocky, and then come in tight after that. And you know, some people, like, they start with the way they want it to look. I can't do that. I can't like start with an idea in my head of how exactly I want it to look. I have to like trial and error and then kind of carve it in, sculpt it in, take different elements from different trucks that I like. Yeah, some of the anthems I've seen have golden bulldogs on them. You know, we never had golden bulldogs on any of our stuff. But damn, I like the look of that, baby. That's looking beasty. I like the white, but it's like the white's tough in game, and so I gotta start like trying to shadow some of this up. See if I can do this blue here on the front. Okay, it goes all the way to the ground on the one that I'm looking at. So let's try that, see if that improves this. And then let's grab this silver color here. Might even blue that out. There we go. Yeah, that's better. And then this I'll put in, I should be able to put a paint block in there to get that back together. I don't think there's anything there. I'm gonna have to color the bottom bit probably. Eventually when I click on a color, it'll give it to me. Okay. There we go, that's good sweepage on that. I might still flatten that out too. I made it too tall, I think I'll just see what it looks like flattened out too. Then I can probably get rid of that if I do that. Yeah, definitely I think like that. I didn't need them that squared off. Then I can get rid of these. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like with them first. Seeing they're already there. Yeah, it would be a harsh stop if I didn't leave that in. So that looks pretty good there. I'm digging that. And then do I black out the bumper? Is the question. Or this one's got it chromed out. It does have the blue all the way to the ground though. Yeah, dark bumper. 100%. 100% right there, dark bumper. And then I got a chromed out fuel tanks, so I'm gonna blacken out the steps because the fuel tanks are chromed out. And then let's go. There we go there. Oh yeah, baby. I might square that. Squaring that out might look good. You know what? We could do this. That's better. Yeah, there we go. That hugs the tire a little bit better. I might do that in the front too, actually. Yeah, I like the way it looks. Might even full square the front. Doesn't look bad, but I think I'm gonna I might full square it. I want it to, it's supposed to be a big beef cannon. I don't want this to look like a parking lot princess. I want this to look like it goes out there and it does work. So yeah, squaring it helps with that. I think it looks too parking lot princess if it goes white all the way down the bottom. Yeah, it needs to have a contrast out. Let's try something. There we go. That's what we're looking for there. more abrupt of a stop is going to look better. Yep. That did it. Give me the blue. Jesus. Click on things 3 times. It starts getting annoying. That looks a little weird. Let's color in a little bit more. After all this, I'll probably like the gap better. Yeah, it looks too parking lot princess. Needs to stop abruptly. Give me a space. Diese Werktrag. Give me the blue. Jesus. Yeah, I think we'll gap it. All right. Click, 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 white. This is blue. Give me blue. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the gap. Gap's good. I dig it, I dig it. The white might change a little bit, just the shade of white, but... Alright, good. The boot should be, I can't really do a proper boot on here anyway. That's a light. I don't want to screw with that light right now, but I do want... I don't want to screw with that light right now, but I do want to screw with some of this here. What's that? Paint block? What the hell is this? Why is that being a pain in the ass? Oh, it is. It's the air intakes. I'll play with that later then. I want to cut in footwells here. Could knock some of this out and back and leave this part of the dash in. Pull the key back, and yeah, I could do that too. But generally, I like the exterior shape. What do you guys think? And then the cabs just sits on top of the frame, so like you can see underneath, you can look at the transmission from above there. And then I have lots of space. The deck plating is likely going to be a lot of these microcontrollers. Some of this floor space in here can be micros. We have plenty of space for it. That's one of the things. I want to make a big enough tractor that we could get all the micros in there too. I'm just going to stick this in the fifth wheel. I just want to be able to drive it a little bit, and everything else is fine. I like the general shaping of it. Okay. How did the fucking electricity not get connected? God damn it, I connected all this electricity. Now somehow we're not We're not plugged in. The key got disconnected at some point. What? Buzzer? The horns? When did that get disconnected? And why? I can't remember any time I moved it. Pulled it right off of a working model, too. Okay, the shifter's not moving. Yeah, I like the thinner blue stripes now. Grill looks good. Bumper looks beef. I like the little deflector on there. It's not overdone. A little bit of detailing. Plumb some stacks in. I need to increase the revs on this, and I need to do something else to cut down the speed. Because we're running into power problems. What I might do is increase the revs again. And what I'll do is I'll do a final gearbox to go drop the the whole gear ratio of the 18 down. And then it will give it grunt. And then when I'm fully loaded, I'll have the speed limit I want. But yeah, I'm digging it. I like the general look of it. Came out nice. So I'll have a tilting hood. That's all set up pretty much in there. It just needs to be connected. Doors. I like the shape of I like the general shape. It's got some good angles, but it's also rounded. You know, it's got that. I really like the detailing I put in the hood there with like little layering. That came out good. I'm gonna probably put white where some of that blue is on the no, that is white. It's just, it's literally reflecting the blue off of it. I like the back of the deflector. I might cut down in these midsections. I gotta look at it. Like, so this would be so this would be the new standard tractor, essentially. Like, you see how quick it, like, that's why I like the chassis. Like, what did it take me, like an hour or something to get this knocked together? You know, they're pretty much putting on all the decoration on it, you know, and the rest of it's built, and I know it's going to have the power and the towing capabilities that I want. And then this one, I might chop the fuel. Chopping the fuel tank is tough. I might chop the fuel tanks and throw an axle on because I don't want it super long. And I might stick a tri-axle on this one and chop the fuel tanks by, like, say, a block so it's not uber-duber long. Maybe 2 blocks on the fuel tanks. I don't need all this fuel. We're running local anyways. And it's 270 liters per side. I don't need that much. Like, we're up to 142 gallons. Like, if I had 100 gallons, I'd be happy. So, to run that, and then, yeah, you can see we'd be running these. So we might do aluminum the next multiplayer session. I gotta see when. It's gonna be tough this week to get that done. I pretty much have an appointment every day, and that one I like to leave some space. So maybe we'll do it Saturday. I'd say is probably if we're gonna do it. But again, don't hold me to that. I gotta figure it out. But that would be good. So this is cool. This has all the stuff it needs to do hydraulics. You know, it's got the new system for both light cord and, oh Jesus, I hit something. It's first disaster. It's got everything it needs for, oh Jesus Christ, I'm on the fucking map. All right, come on there, guy. Stay and fly right. I hit this hill real badly. But it's got everything for that. So this should be good for, I haven't saved this yet. Let's bring this back to Workbench and save it. I like the Western Star I was modeling after. Not modeling after, I took the color scheme, but I like my version. But yeah, you can kind of see how easy it is when you've got the chassis just all set up. And then like it'd be even easier if I already had the axles in the way I wanted them. Because, you know, then that would be done too. But it's easy. I'm just going to chop the fuel tanks. Going to probably cut 2 maybe. And then that will give me 2 blocks in, and I need, I don't need 4 for a tire. So I can push these back 2 and then add a 3rd axle. So we're only gaining the, we're only pushing it. No, we're going to have to push back 3. So push back 3. So we'll go back 3 blocks. You know, not that it needs a 3rd axle, but, you know, doing some of this heavy haulage, we might do it. I don't know. I'll figure it out, decide what I want to do. But that'll be kind of cool. Get that in there. I might just leave it like it is. But I might do a couple versions. Would be fun. Once the tractor is done, it's easy to add on axles and drop axles. Drop axles are always fun because it gives you something to play with and drop. But yeah, I like that. You know, we'll do the regular paint layering on this. You know, like simple stuff like come in here. That's like I'd even go darker than where it is now. Like this is where we at. Let's go, I don't know, 40 on this. So we'll do 197. 5, 4, and then like run, essentially. Do a small bit of layering in this and see where we get. Like that grays it way up already. I'll do but I just have 5. I missed the numbers here. Let's grab it again. Forgot that was a paint block. And then this one needs to be, let's go 20 up on that. Let's do 20 on the main facade. Oh, come on with your color swap. Piss off. I saw you. I saw you trying to destroy my build with your nonsense. Get in there. It silvers it out a little bit too, which I like better than the white was a little bit too much, a little bit too reflective. And then as we get on the very highlighted surfaces, that's when it will get white on us. But for the most part, it's going to kind of, this will dull it out a little bit. All right, there we go. And then all the highlighted surfaces are essentially what they were. Pretty much the uppers are all there. Yeah, pretty much the uppers. So let's take a look at that and see how that, like this is going to be, yeah, that's all highlighted. And then this here should get the treatment. Anywhere where there'd be shadow needs to get a little bit colored out. Oh, I sound Canadian on that one. Let's see. Let's see how that paint depth looks now. Yeah. That knocked it down quite a bit on the low lights, and then the highlights dropped up. This went gray as hell. That needs to be fixed, but highlights look highlighted, the low lights look low lighted, shadows looking good. Let's fix this. This went silver like a mother on here. Went ultra silver. Let's go 10 down, 17. Let's see, what are you, guy? 25. Did I color this? I picked this one. This is the color I wanted. Let's just go 5 off of this. 2, 10, 9. Yeah, that was too much. We'll color swap that. Like, I can't believe how gray that silvered out real fast on the bottom there. Like, you can see how hard the line is. Like, that's a 5 pigment difference on that. Wow, that silvered out real fast. I don't know how that gets so silver. Just silvered out super duper fast. Just cut. I can't do that. That's gonna wonk it out. Let's go like 2. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I don't know how that got so silver so fast. Like, look at the line. The distinction line is still huge. How the hell? It's like only 2 off, and it's that much. I'll just stick with the side color then. Screw it. It's gonna be that bad. I can't do it. Like, that got excessive super fast. That got super duper excessive. Excessively silver real fast on the bottom there. Like, literally the difference between 2, and usually 2's not that bad. Yeah, that's better. The front still looks like brutal. Like, look at that difference in the front. How is that? Because I didn't shade up the front, I bet. That's probably why I didn't shade up the front. That's why it probably looks so funky dunky. Yeah, see, I didn't shade up the front. So that's why it's looking so off, is that. There we go. That should fix it. Yeah, it's still looking like there's a big line of demarcation between this. Why is that so friggin'... That one looks so friggin' dark on that one. Yeah, I don't get it. I'm just going to color it out because it's just like, it looks brutal. It is on the front, so it wouldn't be getting that much shadow. So I could kind of get that. Okay. Get off color swap and check it. Now, I'll see you later there, Erasmus. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, I'm probably going to finish up here in my moment there. Yeah, it's been a good stream. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I tried to grab a nap. But this was fun getting this going here. New truck's always fun. Yeah, that looks much better. Yeah, so like just a little depth in the paint. Like you can see all the highlights look highlighted. The low lights look low lighted. I like the general color scheme there. You know, it's going to get, so like right here, this area looks too white. This is where the stacks are going. So like here needs to be broken up. And so that's going to get stacks right there. Stack here, stack there. That will break it up as the stacks come in and gives a little bit of balance. They'll be dark silver probably. So that'll break up the silhouette as you get this big clump of white here. Then you'll get some dark stacks there. That'll kind of fix it. I like looking underneath, like in the tractors I drove, you could look right underneath and look at the transmission. The linkage goes straight up into the cab. Kind of neat. So let's go ahead and save this. I think we're good on that. So a little bit of, not too much left on this. Interior coloring, hide microcontrollers, and a lot of the microcontrollers are going to go under the deck plate. They'll go in the back of the cab behind the seats. There's plenty of place to hide them in there. I can even double them up and hide them back there. I'm not putting a rear. I might put a day cab window in there. I don't know yet. But it's not getting a sleep or anything. Yeah, so a bunch of place to hide those micros. They're not too bad. That was part of the reason why I redid this too, is like some of the micros were enormous. Like this micro for the engine sits on top. And that looks like, you know, a valve cover. And then these, for the most part, like the 18-speed transmission's pretty big, but you can put it, like that can be the floor back here. It's a 3 by whatever I have for space in here. I actually don't have that much space. I can cut this up and move this a little bit if I need to and push these back. Like a lot of the time, what these connections are under the rail back here, so they can go onto the rail back there. Some of them have to go up. I have to deal with that. This one can go. This one is the airline, and the airline, remember, on the other one I put a hose, so that's going to get a hose. So the hose will go up into the buckle here, and then the light cord will hold us. That one will go. The hydraulic system, I can drop that down. I could drop that all the way across the bottom here instead of having it go vertical. And then I can put that in the floor. I can put a micro on the floor. And then I could put a bench and in the back, like even a fake bed, and that will cover that up. And, you know, so that's the big microcontroller, and that will go here. And then we have a 3 by, you know, 3 by, is that 3 by 2? 2 by 2. And then, so these are easy. These are easy to hide. They can go on as deck plate in the back. They can go onto the hood. Like, see how, look at how big this hood is. So, like, I could put them crossways in the hood and then sculpt out the hood. You know, so I got plenty of space to hide microcontrollers. Because I've been keeping my mind on the stack the whole time where they can go. And this, like, look at all the space. There's plenty of space. So, should be fine. Let's save it up. But thank you guys for watching. Again, voting is going on currently for community favorite. So make sure you vote for community favorite. Thank you guys. There was a bunch of you guys on Twitch today. Appreciate that. Again, I'm trying to get affiliate on Twitch. I need 4 more followers, and I'm trying to get my average up to 3 views. 3 people in the chat per time. That way I can get affiliate on there while I'm running this. And then we don't have to worry about that anymore. If you guys are new and have not subscribed, please consider subscribing. And if you like the video, please like the video. And congratulations to everybody who won the Build Challenge Juliet, and to all the participants. That was a lot of fun. And I'll see you guys later.